Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, motions to be printed. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to LR 1CA, LR 22CA. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't remember that. Let's see. So where are we? We're in the afternoon on March 29th, and we are on a recommit to committee motion, and we have an amendment AM 1013 up on the board to the E&R amendments, and the underlying bill is LB 376. So to remind everybody, because I think we're getting close to the end here, if we ever do get to the underlying bill, LB 376 is a committee priority out of the General Affairs Committee that has a number of relatively small, but I'd say consequential amendments to the Liquor Control Act, which includes things like increasing the number of special designated liquor licenses. So charitable organizations, instead of being limited to 6 in a year, can get 12 in a year. And has a change in, I think, the Farm Winery Act section license, where they can also get a general off sale for other products that are not produced on the farm winery. There's a section about licenses, registration of importation of specific alcoholic beverages. They have to have their brand registered with the state, their item, and they have to pay a registration fee, and it provides for the creation of a digital system that will allow the Liquor Control Commission to track those things. There's a part of the bill that addresses a new problem that I discovered during the hearing. I was unaware that there are places that are both retail and commercial, or individual distribution. So like a bar and grocery store, I guess, would be the equivalent. And so this is the channel pricing, I think is what it's called. It was Senator Hughes's bill that addresses, there are places that you can go and buy a drink, and then you could also go and buy a case of beer or case of wine or something, and addressing how those, in the current system, it's a little unclear how those are sold to them through the wholesale process. And so this clarifies that, helps those wholesalers and retailers be on the same page about what the pricing is. And I'm sure I've missed something else that was in this bill at this point, but I would say all of those are good common sense solutions, step in the right direction. And so I support LB 376. I would oppose the motion to recommit. I assuming AM 1033 is not going to make too many changes, but I do support the E&R amendments. So that I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak, and this is your last opportunity.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope everyone had a nice lunch break. I rise in support of LB 376, and I think we have about 25 minutes left on this bill, so we'll be getting to a vote on it soon. I set my stuff down too far away. Many of you, I think everyone pretty much, probably spoke with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and they were handing out some really important materials. And this is a little information sheet that they sent to me or handed to me, so I wanted to share it. Legislative Bill 574, dubbed the Let Them Grow Act, would prohibit gender-altering procedures for individuals under 19, which includes surgical procedures, hormone treatment, and puberty blockers. LGBTQ plus youth are at increased risk of attempting suicide compared to their straight cisgender peers. Transgender youth report an even higher prevalence of suicide attempts than their LGBT or straight peers. A survey on LGBTQ youth mental health conducted between September and December 2021 found that Nebraska LGBTQ youth ages 13 to 24 in the prior year, 50% seriously considered attempting suicide, including 58% of transgendered and non-binary youth. 15% did attempt suicide, including 22% of transgender and non-binary youth. 85% reported recent politics having negatively impacted their well-being. 85% reported recent politics having negatively impacted their well-being. The social stigma, prejudice, and discrimination associated with minority sexual orientation contributes to elevated rates of suicidality and poorer mental health found in LGBT people. This includes institutional discrimination resulting from laws and public policies that create inequities or fail to provide protections against discrimination. Research supports a significant relationship between access to gender-affirming hormone therapy and lower rates of depression and suicidality among transgender and non-binary youth. Access to puberty suppression treatment is also associated with lower odds of lifetime suicidal ideation among transgender adults. A study published in 2022 found that the receipt of gender-affirming care by transgender and non-binary youth, including puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormones, is associated with 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month follow-up. Every major medical, psychological, and psychiatric association agrees that withholding science-based treatments can be psychologically damaging, especially to youth who are struggling with their gender identity. These organizations all endorse gender-affirming standards of care and treatment derived from decades of scientific research and on-the-ground experience. So that's from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. There's some great materials in here that were handed out by the Suicide Prevention Foundation today. I hope everybody got them. Suicide data in Nebraska. Suicide is a public health problem and leading cause of death in the United States. Suicide can also be prevented. More investment in suicidal prevention, education, and research will prevent the untimely deaths of thousands of Americans each year. Unless otherwise noted, this fact sheet reports 2020 data from the CDC, the most current verified data available at the time of publication, March 2022. So this is my last time on this item, so I will be speaking on the next item on the board. Thank you.
Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak, and this is your last opportunity before close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, many of you know the story of Brandon Tina, a transgender man who was killed in Humboldt, Nebraska in 1993. And since that brutal rape and murder of Brandon Tina, the next most brutal attack on a transgender person that happened recently was on a Latinx woman in downtown Omaha who's now paralyzed. She was in the hospital for a long time, and it's because of hate that is normalized by Senator Kathleen Kauth and by those of you in this body who didn't have the courage to not just, perhaps be a not vote on her bill, but even to take her aside or get a caucus together of some of your like-minded colleagues, some of the people who really do care, as you say you care, about school funding and funding for special education, talking about some of the tax relief and tax breaks that we're going to be discussing later, any of the different proposals that are coming before us in this legislature. It would have been right for you to get together and say, this is not going to end up being something that is a priority for us collectively as a majority in 2023. You could have said, we're looking at what's happening around the country in other states, and that is not what we are like. We are a reliably conservative state. We've got our new man, Governor Pillen, at the helm. We have our votes, we have our majority, and we don't need to demean ourselves in the work that we do by stooping to the level of the social, just the discriminatory violence that lawmakers put upon the people they represent, who aren't doing anything to hurt anybody. The way we go out of our way to harm people who didn't do anything to you, who haven't harmed anybody, who haven't impacted anybody in your district's ability to make a living or take care of their own families and kids. You're going after some of the most marginalized, some of the most discriminated against, some of the least protected people in society, plus their children. It's not enough to talk about Brandon Tina, who was 21 years old when he was raped and murdered by two men who discovered he was transgender. It's not enough to look at the assault and paralyzation of a transgender woman in Omaha who was assaulted a couple months ago. You're saying, how can we train that same kind of hatred and discrimination on children, on the least of the protected people in this state? I bet all of you, not 90% of you, I bet 100% of you who are listening to me disagree. I bet you think, but Megan, look at how I defend life from conception. How could I not care about children? Look how I come down here for the prayer every morning before we convene. How can I not care about children? You know that your values have to be exercised through works and deeds, not just words. And using the hammer and the strength and the arm of the law.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, which we represent and embody, to target and discriminate against people who are not doing anything to harm you is a gross misjudgment of what the privilege and power of this office is meant for. Brandon Tina's story was immortalized in the film Boys Don't Cry that starred Hilary Swank. And that film brought national attention to the challenges faced by transgender people, particularly those living in rural areas like Humboldt, Nebraska, where support and resources may be limited, and where they look at their lawmakers and their elected representatives and they see people like you who are perpetuating the hateful ideas that led to this rape and murder. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I'm sad that more people aren't back from lunch to hear this. But nonetheless, I stand opposed to the recommit to committee and in support of the underlying bill. But with that said, listening to Senator Hunt today speak on the mic and Senator Jacobson last night when they made their comments on religion, the data geek in me remembered a report and several stories that were put out by both Pew Research and the American Survey Center last year, maybe the year before. And they noted something that I think that we as policymakers need to take note. Because when we make policy, we tend to lately make policy based on our own personal beliefs, sometimes party, sometimes ideology. And we hold firm that that's how the world's going to be in 20 years. But science, facts, data show us differently. What we know is that 1/3 of Gen Zers are not religious. And it's not an urban-rural thing, by the way. Part of this is because more and more young adults are being raised in non-religious households. Right now, 22% of young adults say they are not raised in any particular region, compared to 3% of my generation. If you filter through the news stories that surrounded this data when it came out, and you listen to the Gen Zs, it's very, very clear that they want to help people and they want to shape the future through personal efforts. And you see that a lot in the young people that come to the Capitol right now. However, they also often feel that certain religious aspects of some churches or religions are just tearing away that momentum and oppressing certain demographics or hurting them, much as you've heard on the mic the last week. Demographics such as our LGBTQ community, women who want to make their own healthcare decisions, families who may not look like yours. Instead of showing how a church or religion can be used to help people, churches and religions sometimes have helped to craft policies that stifle their efforts to shape a better future for all. As a result, young adults want nothing to do with religion. So when we talk about religion on the floor, and we talk about how we know Nebraskans want us to do something, I'm telling you that if you look at the trends, if you look at the demographics, you're going to see a very different Nebraska in the next 10 to 20 years, and you already are starting to see it. Millennials and Zoomers are leaving religion because they are questioning religious authority. If you look at current data, there's a rapidly secularizing America that is going to greatly alter our culture and our politics. And again, you are starting to see that. Baby boomers are retiring, which leaves Gen X and millennials to bring structure. And this will be a huge shift, a seismic shift. Just think about it. Think about how different what's going on in here is going to be. But yet when we make policy, we dig our heels in the ground and we say we know best based on our religion, our ideology, our party. We're not looking to the future. We're not looking at the pages in the front of the room. They know what it's going to be like in the next 10 to 20 years. Last year, 35% of Gen X said they identified with no religion. 60% of Gen X said they never or seldom attended church. 60%, guys. Millennials said 45% do not identify with any religion, and 60% also said that they never attended or seldom attended church. And so what does that mean for us here in this body? When I hear people stand up and say, you don't understand something because I'm this, or I'm this and you must listen to what I have to say, that tells me that we are out of touch with the science, the facts, the data, the people in Nebraska that have reached out to us over and over again to say, hey, my life is different than yours and I need you to respect it. My healthcare decisions are my own and I need you to respect that. If you won't listen to the stories, listen to the science, the facts, the data, because I guarantee if you think we're going to be in the same Nebraska in the next 10 to 20 years, I'd love to put some money on that and come back and visit you in the next 10 to 20 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, we are now speaking on LB 376. It is the Liquor Control Commission bill for the day. LB 376 originally was brought to identify alcoholic products being imported or produced in Nebraska. AM 296 set fees by the commission, and they are not to exceed $30. This includes new language to establish licensed wholesalers in Nebraska that may import alcoholic liquor from an affiliated wholesaler out of state if the report required in this section has previously been submitted for the product and the product was obtained by affiliated wholesalers from the same primary source of supply identified in the report. It also remits fees collected pursuant to the state treasurer for credit to the Nebraska Liquor Control Commission Rule and Regulation Cash Fund. LB 259 was added to it. It adds language to section 53-123.11 of the Liquor Control Act to allow a holder of a farm winery license to obtain a retail license to sell beer or other liquor that is not produced on the farm winery for consumption only on premise. LB 377 is also in the underlying bill, and that is to allow for 12 special designated liquor licenses per year for nonprofit entities. They are currently allowed only 6 by the Liquor Control Act. LB 596, also in the underlying bill 376, clarifies the Liquor Control Act as to expressly allow liquor manufacturers and wholesalers from entering into sponsorship and advertisement agreements with certain organizations, including nonprofit organizations. And LB 667 is to authorize alcohol wholesalers to use channel pricing for the purpose of reconciling wholesalers' pricing structures under the Nebraska Liquor Control Act to retail licenses who sell alcoholic liquor for consumption both on and off premises. And AM 472, the holder of a microdistillery license may sell directly for resale up to 500 gallons per calendar year of microdistilled products at its licensed premises directly to and off sale, as long as they are delivered by a person who is employed by the microdistillery. I think if it would have helped, I should have brought some of these products to the floor to make everybody a little more amenable in the last couple of weeks. I'm seeing that in hindsight, but I'd probably be violating some law somewhere, and we don't want to do that. So please vote in favor of LB 76 or 376, against AM 1033, and against the motion to recommit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I just want to rise in support of the moment of levity that my friend Senator Lowe brought forward on the mic. There's no doubt in the middle of good times and bad times, a little levity goes a long way in reconnecting over our shared humanity and commitment to service, and just lightening the mood a little bit in what's been a pretty heavy session so far. So I think that is a big part of his personality, and I think that's an important and effective tactic in terms of helping us to stay in relationship and helping us to stay in dialogue, even when it's tough, and finding opportunities to find joy and celebrate together when we are able to find successes as an individual or as a collective. A couple of points that I wanted to just kind of raise in regards to this particular measure, and I know that we're really nearing the end of debate on LB 376, and then we'll be transitioning into some tax issues. And I think there's actually a nexus and a connection there that I wanted to lift up. So you may have heard some of my comments last night discussing miscellaneous taxes in Nebraska and the different revenue amounts and streams they provide for funding different aspects of critical government services. And I had the pleasant opportunity to walk out with the director of the Liquor Control Commission, and he has done a great job on behalf of Nebraska. And Mr. Rupp also kindly reminded me that their commission is actually the second highest revenue generator of any state agency that's out there. And I think that's very important to put in perspective. Now, of course, we'll probably see the Gaming Commission perhaps jump over the Liquor Control Commission in terms of revenue generation at some point in the near or midterm kind of future before us. But I do think it's also important to keep in mind good bills that Senator McKinney, Senator Wayne, and others have put forward, Senator Wishart to a certain degree as well, in making sure that we have a more sensible drug policy that follows the regulation of our liquor control policy, for example, or our gaming policy, for example, that helps to advance racial justice, that helps to address mass incarceration, and that generates revenue. And I do hope that this body is serious-minded in either responding to the outpouring of support for issues like medical cannabis, or even a broader kind of approach to sensible drug policy that some of our sister states have gone down, in taking that to account when making revenue decisions, when looking at racial justice implications, when looking at mass incarceration implications. And that's another area that Nebraska is really going to need to be thoughtful about and move forward on. And I think it definitely plays a part in the discussion about how we regulate things like gaming or liquor, as with this liquor control kind of annual cleanup bill that's before us in LB 376. I'm happy to yield any remaining time to Senator Hunt if she so desires.
Senator Hunt, 1 minute, 13 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Blood is right about what she said, that fewer and fewer people are identifying as, thank you, Mr. President, as religious today. And that's true. I think you guys have a PR problem. You look at what's going on in the Catholic Church, not great. I was raised Catholic, we know about that. We look at what's going on in the evangelical church and the way you are attacking people who are different from you and reverting to this Christian nationalist type of agenda. That's not great. A lot of people don't want to be associated with that kind of thing. And I think that this changing environment also helps explain the militance that is one of the defining features of Christian nationalism and Christianity today. It's a minority movement, and they identify as minorities, and they're keenly aware of their minority status, and perhaps as a consequence, they're less likely to worry about transgressing dominant social norms, like be kind to your neighbor, don't hate gay people, don't mess with trans kids. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Hunt, you're welcome to close on your motion to recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was touching on what's kind of a psychological point about today's Christian nationalists, which I think most people who are Christian nationalists probably don't identify that way or don't realize that they are. But it's more of an identity with heritage or race even than religion. It's less about Christianity than about being an American and being a patriot, and the baggage that label comes with in today's society. And they are keenly aware of their minority status, as fewer and fewer people are identifying in a traditional way with religion or going to services in a traditional way. And this feeds into also the persecution complex that we see play out in legislatures around the country. As a self-identified minority, Christian nationalists are also a lot less likely to worry about transgressing dominant social norms. For example, in America, if someone is denouncing sodomy, they're positioning themselves as a dissident, not as a defender of American culture as it already exists with acceptance of LGBTQ people, but they're positioning themselves as an enemy of that culture. Christian nationalists, as sociologists and pundits use the term, refers to a broad array of conservatives who are concerned about the way the country is changing. Does that refer to you? But the people who embrace the term, who do identify openly and say they are Christian nationalists, it's a much smaller self-selected group. Because in this climate today in this country, calling yourself a Christian nationalist is a much more radical act than being one. It's actually very normal to be one, and it doesn't put you in the minority at all. Nobody is trying to persecute you. They're just trying to be able to mind their own business and go about their own lives. And despite the progress made since Brandon Teena's death, when he was 21, transgender people, particularly transgender youth, continue to be targeted by lawmakers and face violence and discrimination in their everyday lives. We got a phone call to the office at 1:23, just about 20 minutes ago, from a mother of a trans teenager in Lincoln who called in tears. She can't get her child to go to school. The kid was fired from working at a convenience store for being trans. It sounds like they made kind of a stink about it and they hired the kid back, but now the kid is afraid to go to work. He doesn't want to work there now. And the mom is just at a loss as to what to do to protect her kid. She's also one of the parents who waited for 7+ hours to testify in Senator Ben Hanson's committee, which Senator Ben Hanson chose to reject. She's one of those people who left in tears that night after waiting over 7 hours to share her experiences with you. And because of that, her experience was not made part of the record. She sent us an email a few days ago, and here's an excerpt from that. On the subject of dignity and respect, again, talking about that hollow civility that I was referring to, she says, I want to make sure everyone in the legislative body knows that Senator Armendariz told me I was unprofessional, aggressive, and that I was trying to intimidate her when I was crying, upset, and passionate about my plight. I explained I was extremely scared of losing my home, and Senator Armendariz explained to me that I wouldn't have to move. She said my child could wait 4 years to get the care that he needs to survive, and that he has already been receiving without any issues. She also told me that he shouldn't have to do that because she had to get a COVID vaccination against her will, so it's only fair, right, to keep life-saving treatment from a child because you feel your rights were infringed upon. That is the message I and another parent received. She, meaning Senator Armendariz, also told us that she has 3 children and knows that teenagers can change their minds at the drop of a hat and, quote, go 180. So this is a parent in our community here in Lincoln who can't get her trans kid to go to school. Her kid got fired, and now she's experiencing this kind of harassment from a member of this body. Great work, guys. Good job. Make sure that you keep prioritizing workforce, that Nebraska nice, the good life, when actually Nebraska is not for everybody. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senators, the motion before the body is the recommit to committee motion. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
17 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Vargas, please check in. Senator Hardin, please return to the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Mr. Clerk, roll call. The question before the body is the recommit to committee. Mr. Clerk, for roll call.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Doran, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Geist, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Wishart, voting no. Senator Hansen, voting no. The vote is 1A, 47 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to recommit.
The motion to recommit fails. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk? Excuse me. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Lowe moved to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Lowe, for what purpose do you rise?
For closure, and please vote no on AM 1033 and yes on 376.
Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's a request for roll call. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, not voting. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Geist, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 46 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote is on the adoption of AM 1033 to LB 376. A roll call vote has been requested. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting no, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Geist. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is no ayes, 47 ayes, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The motion fails. Senators, the next vote is on the adoption of E&R amendments, ER 13. Roll call has been requested. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes. Senator Armendariz. Voting yes. Senator Ballard. Not voting, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Geist. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 47 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the E&R amendments.
The E&R amendments are adopted. Members, we will now vote on the advancement of LB 376 to E&R for engrossing. Roll call has been requested. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, not voting. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. For Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Geist, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Voting yes. 47 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
LR 376 is advanced. Mr. Clerk, raise the call.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Motions reprinted. Senator Hunt to LB 376 and Senator Michaela Kavanaugh to LB 754. Next bill, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 754, introduced by Senator Linehan at the request of the governor. It's a bill for an act relating to revenue and taxation, amends section 7727-1503 and 7727-3402, reduces individual and corporate income tax rates as prescribed and repeals the original section. The bill is read for the first time on January 18th of this year and referred to the Revenue Committee. That committee placed the bill on general file with committee amendments. There are other amendments and motions, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you are welcome to open on LB 754.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and colleagues. Today, it's my distinct privilege to present LB 754 as amended by the committee amendment AM 906, a Revenue Committee priority bill. LB 754 is accumulation of many discussions and hours of hard work from the members of this body. Thank you. Members of this body and members of the Revenue Committee. I feel like before I go on about the Revenue Committee, I think we had 103 bills that we heard this year. I would like to take a moment to thank each member of the Revenue Committee for their efforts in getting this bill to the floor. Those members include our freshman senators, Senator Von Gillern, Senator Kauth, Senator Merman, he's not a freshman, Senator Bostar, who's been on the committee since he was elected, Senator Breezy, senior member, Senator Albright, senior member, and again, another freshman, Senator Duggan. I've always been very proud of the Revenue Committee because we're from across the state. There's rural senators, there's urban senators, and there's every part of the state gets represented in the Revenue Committee. LB 754 is the primary income tax bill coming out of the Revenue Committee this session. As amended in AM 906, LB 754 includes many of the bills which were brought on behalf of the governor and many of the bills which the Revenue Committee felt warranted priority and inclusion. Before dividing into the discussion of the substance of AM 906, I would like to remind the body that AM 906 was contemplated by the committee as one package, which is a part of and changes not only other bills from the Revenue Committee, but also with contemplation of bills we will see coming forward from many other committees. So, in plain English, this is part of the governor's package. The governor's package included income tax cuts, property tax cuts, school funding, and others bills which you are all familiar with. Second, I would like to encourage any senators who are wishing to have more detailed discussion regarding certain aspects of AM 906 to try and direct the questions to the original introducing senators, as they are subject matter experts with respect to portions of the bill they introduced. For example, part of the bill is the Senator Blood bill, which I will admit here, I tried to write a bill. It didn't turn out well. Senator Blood's office and Senator Blood did a much better job than I did. So it is to remove taxes on some retirement income, which should not be taxed. So that's Senator Blood's part. I would also like to take a moment to brief any concerns between the disparity of the income tax cuts and the property tax cuts. So for the new senators, going back to 1107, which was in 2020, we were fighting about property taxes versus incentive package versus the next project, and we kept coming to the floor and nobody could get to 33 until we all put it in one package. And then last year, 2022, we had the same thing, property taxes versus income taxes. Senator Breezy and I worked hard, worked with former Governor Ricketts. When we bring tax packages to the floor from the Revenue Committee, what we have learned is it's got to be equal. It's got to have as much property tax relief as it does income tax relief, or you can't get to 33. So this is income tax today. On the agenda is property tax. Hopefully we'll get to that by Friday. Now I'll go into detail about the white copy 906 amendment. LB 318 is amended by AM 355 and AM 292, was originally introduced by Senator Bostar, and is a bill that establishes the Child Care Tax Credit Act and reauthorizes the School Readiness Tax Credit Act. Affordable and accessible child care options are essential to Nebraska's families and our economy. 318 was designed to ensure parents stay in the driver's seat when it comes to their kids, while supporting a critical private industry that faces inherent constraints in their business model. So it does so in three ways. First, the bill offers a tiered, refundable tax credit for parents with children in childcare that are under 6 years old. Second, the bill incentivizes the private industry by offering a tiered, non-refundable tax credit to individuals making qualified contributions. This tax credit goes to the companies or other tax-paying entities that make a financial contribution to increase the availability of quality childcare options in our state. Finally, the bill reauthorizes School Readiness Tax Credit Program, a refundable and non-refundable tax credit to support our child care employees and providers. And I think Senator Bostar is loaded with papers and many explanations of how this all works. This legislation addresses the industry's three biggest concerns: accessibility, affordability, and sustainability. 318 encourages the private entities to invest in childcare industry, increase capacity in areas that need it most. It also provides financial support to childcare employees and providers, incentivizing them to remain in this crucial field. And finally, it helps working parents afford the cost of care, thus sustaining an industry that relies heavily on parent fees just to break even. LB 754, as amended by AM 162, is a very straightforward bill that works to incrementally lower both Tier 3 tax rate and the top tier tax rate to 3.99% for individuals. It also cuts the business tax rate to 3.99. So last year we got to parity. There used to be a business tax, which was over 7%, and the top individual, which is at 6.84, and we brought them down last year to parity, so you don't have an LLC paying a different tax rate than an incorporated company. Tax climate is critical to all of our constituents. All Nebraskans, whether located in Omaha or Scottsbluff, Nebraska, consider taxes when electing where to call home. It is a factor that is considered whether deciding to move to Nebraska or to move away from Nebraska. Further, it plays a critical role in developing our economy, creating jobs, and expanding our workforce. Bringing down our top rate is critical to the future of Nebraska. And I know that there's people who don't believe, aren't convinced that people look at tax codes when they decide where to live. I just don't think that's a reality anymore when you can sit down on your computer at night and look at every state and figure out what it's going to cost you to live in that state. People do look at this. Nebraska is currently ranked 29th for personal income tax rates and 32nd for corporate income tax rates. 29th for personal, 32nd for quarter. However, if LB 754 provides us an opportunity to fix these rankings, if enacted, LB 754 would incrementally decrease both individual and corporate tax rates and would put us much closer to the top, maybe as close as top 15 states for lowest personal and business income tax rates after full implementation of the bill. LB 38, as amended by AM 355 and AM 292, provides a deduction for income earned by federal retirees, so this is Senator Blood's bill, federal retirees for federal retirement pensions. So people in my age group, approximately, in the 80s, the federal government changed retirement. If you were employed by the federal government before 1982 or 83, you were on the federal system, you did not pay into Social Security. When they changed that system, the employee had an option to either stay on the old system, which many did, or go to a new system, which was a combination of FERS, federal retirement, Social Security, and a savings account that you
1 minute.
put money in. That program, we've got several Nebraskans who don't get Social Security, don't get military retirement, and we are fully taxing their federal retirement. And it is not fair. Ever since we passed Social Security last year, I've gotten calls on that. So I'm going to run out of time here because it is a big bill. Last year, we passed LB 873 to help with vital tax relief on Social Security. This year, Senator Kauth introduced the bill. Last year when we passed it, we thought we were going to take 2 years to pay for it. We will actually be able to pay for all the tax cuts we passed this year, this year. And I will, as we move through this afternoon, I've got the fiscal note from the bill we did last year, which will lay out what we did last year. And that bill, which was LB 873, in this bill, we're going to pay for everything we did last year this year. Real quick.
Time,
please.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senators Bosselman and Clements would like to welcome 96 students from the 4th grade, Ashland Greenwood Elementary School in Ashland, Nebraska, located in the North Balcony. Students, if you would rise and be welcomed by your legislature. Senator John Kavanaugh, for what purpose do you rise?
A point of order. I move that we divide the question.
Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Linehan, would you please come forward? It is the ruling of the chair that it is divisible. Mr. Clerk, please explain the division.
Mr. President, there's been a single division. Committee amendments shall be divided into Legislative Bill 754 as one division. The second division will be the remainder of the bills within the committee amendment, including Legislative Bill 38, 173, 318, 492, 497, and 641. Senator Linehan, my understanding is you wish to open on the first division, Legislative Bill 754.
Senator Linehan, you are welcome to open on the first 754 amendment.
So the First Amendment is the 906. So I'll be honest for all of you that think I always know what I'm doing. I'm not sure the division, how that affects the amendment, but what I believe we're doing now is just the income tax part. So what we did in the committee is we took everything that we did last year on income taxes, including Social Security, and we're paying for it this year. So there's gonna be a lot of paper coming around to answer questions. But in the governor's budget that he handed out at the end of January, it shows that we have the funding this year to pay for everything we did last year. So that's the first step in this income tax bill. Includes bringing the top rates down to, actually, I think the far we got last year was bringing the top rate down to 584 from 684 for individuals and down to the same rate for businesses. Then we're going to take 2 years to do away with taxes on Social Security. And now next year, people will not have to pay taxes on Social Security regardless. We went away from the 10%, 20%. So that's the major part of this bill. Then the rest of it is taking our top tax rate down from what we're going to go to 584 to 399 across the board. So we can divide the question here, but I'm going to still talk about this as a package. Because as I said in the beginning, the Revenue Committee worked very hard on this. Senator DeBoer brought bills, lots of people brought bills to adjust the rates differently. It was the committee's opinion with the amount of money we had to do as much as we could on the top rate, so we're competitive. Right now, we are not competitive. Iowa is going to 399. Colorado, I think, is at 2.5. I'll get the numbers, staff, I hope you're paying attention. I'll get the numbers, the rest of the states around us. We're not competitive. So the goal here is to get our top rate to be competitive. Working with Senator Bostar, he brought an idea that the committee agreed to. I think we voted it out on the Amendment 8.0, that along with taking the rates down at the top, we would try and do more for young couples with children. So there is, I feel, we can talk about this, pretty generous tax credit. Well, generous is all relative, right? But between up to $75,000, it's $2,000 per child refundable tax credit. So it's refundable. Up to $150,000, it's $1,000 per child under 6. Other parts of the package is Senator Von Gillerin, are you on the floor? Okay, Senator Bostar, would you take a question? Oh, yes. Oh, he is
Senator
there.
Bostar, would you yield to a
Wait a
question?
minute, I'm sorry. Senator Von Gillerin is here. I didn't see him.
Senator Von Gillern, will you yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Senator Von Gillerin, do you want to talk about your 2 parts of the revenue bill? That's in the part that it's not on the board right now.
Sure, I would love to do that. Thank you. Thank you for the time. The one of the bills that I brought was LB 492, which amends the income tax deductions and accelerated expensing of cost of certain property for R&D expenses. And it's really an accounting matter that allows corporations to write off their equipment expenses in the year in which they've acquired them, or experimental research and development expenses. And this applies to some of the biggest blue collar companies in the state of Nebraska who employ many, many people and are broad-based industries, everything from building manufacturing to ag design, ag and organic design firms and firms like that. And then the other two that I brought were 804 and 806, which then got pulled up into the parent bill, and those were the accelerations of the income tax accelerated, or the income tax rates that were passed by the body last year, and lowers those rates in an accelerated fashion. So those are the parts that I had a role in. So pleased to do that. The accelerated income tax benefit was really made possible because of the fiscal responsibility of the previous administration and the fact that previous legislatures monitored the budget and were able to build up the surplus to the point that it is today. I think it's important that we do as much as we can to get those dollars back into the folks that paid them into the surplus, and return those dollars to those folks. So with that, I yield back to Senator Linehan. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van Gillern. Senator Blood, would you yield to question?
Absolutely.
Senator Blood, will you yield?
Absolutely.
So if I did not give your part of the bill fair justice, because obviously you were better at this than me, could you explain how your bill is going to work?
First of all, thank you for that compliment. It is appreciated. So I'm just going to walk everybody through. There is a handout on your desk. So basically, this bill brings essential tax relief for federal retirees that live in Nebraska. The number of federal retirees residing in Nebraska is approximately 13,980 people, and the total retired and active federal employees in Nebraska amounts to 28,193 people. Our top 5 employers include the United States Postal Service and the Department of Defense, not to mention the close to 1,400 federal employees involved in Nebraska Ag. Federal employees constitute a huge backbone for services for Nebraska taxpayers, and we want them to stay in our state and continue to contribute to our tax base. So as you heard, currently the federal retiree system works as follows. Federal retirees that began working for a federal agency before 1984 are covered by the CSRS, Civil Service Retirement System. This retirement system requires them to pay 7% into the system, but are not covered by Social Security as the system was created. Those employees that started after 1984 are covered under the Federal Employees Retirement System, FERS. Employees under the FERS system are eligible for Social Security. This includes a combination of federal annuities, Social Security, and a 401k type of plan. While Social Security taxes have been alleviated through LB 873 and soon LB 641, 100% of federal annuities still are subject to Nebraska income tax. In order for us to be fair to Nebraskans, we have to remember that not everybody has the benefit of utilizing the break we give people on Social Security. And because of that, we wanted to make sure that we were fair in Nebraska, and I was very thrilled to be able to bring this bill forward and thank the Revenue Committee for pushing it through.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Bostar, would you yield to a question?
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
I would.
So Senator Bostar, I see here on my desk, came from you, first 5. This, you turn around, please. This, did you hand this out?
I did.
Could you explain this to me?
I'm not entirely sure which exact one you're holding up. There's a couple.
Child Care Tax Credit Act.
Yes, absolutely. So this document is I was going to call it a 1-pager, but that would just be dishonest. It's a 4-pager that outlines the provisions that are contained within the committee amendment to LB 754 and outline 3 basic components. So the first is a child care tax credit, as was mentioned before by Senator Linehan, is either a $1,000 or $2,000
per child per year tax credit, depending on household income. And so a household that makes $0 to $75,000 per year, that's a $2,000 credit. $75,000 to $150,000, that would be a $1,000 credit. And that credit can be applied for childcare expenses. There's an exception though. For a family that is at 100% of the federal poverty level or below, that credit can be redeemed without accompanying expenses. So at 100% FPL or below, it is a child tax credit, not a child care tax credit. So having children, you would be able to claim a $2,000 per child tax credit, refundable tax credit per child without associated expenses if you were at the federal poverty level or below. The second provision is a non-refundable tax credit for contributions.
That's time, Senator. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator John Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1068.
Senator John Kavanaugh, to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just want to start out by saying I do appreciate the work the Revenue Committee has done. They've had a lot of propositions presented to them this year, several of them brought by myself. I brought a couple of them that kind of pertain to this space of broader tax policy. I had a couple that I think were maybe just other types of policies. But what I'm doing here is not one that I presented, but it's really a nibbling around the edges of what the conversation we're having. So you've just heard some presentation about the general package, what's in the overall. Well, so maybe we'll talk for those who are kind of new here. We have divided the question before on this session, but what we're doing here, what I did was I said I would like to have a conversation on one particular portion of this bill, because the part we're talking about right now, AM 1063, is the part that I have the biggest problem with. The rest of the bill, the parts you heard about from Senator Von Gillern and Senator Blood and Senator Bostar, and I think there's some other parts of it as well that I have less of a problem with, and I wanted to have this conversation about the specifics of the lowering the personal and corporate income tax brackets as a standalone conversation and not part of the overall package. So right now we're debating this portion, which is the lowering the personal income tax top bracket down to 3.99%, and the corporate bracket as well to 3.99%. So if you were to look at Amendment 906 to LB 754, the relevant portions are on pages 8 and 43. And that is the part we're talking about. It's been broken out into one standalone AM 1063. And then after we finish talking about this, we will move on to the conversation about the rest of this. And so why am I talking right now? I have AM 1068, which is an amendment to change that tax bracket shift. So in the bill, Senator Linehan, as she stated, increases the rate at which we decrease taxes. So last year, we cut the top corporate or top personal tax rate to 5.84% and then phased it in. So as she said, revenue projections are such that we don't need to do a phase in anymore. We just do it right away. So that is still in place. So right now, if you look at my amendment, AM 1068, it would still allow the top marginal rate to go down to 5.84% in January 2025. It would still allow it to go down to 5.2% in January 2026. It would still go down to it would not go down to 4.55% on January 2026. So that's the part I changed. So it's lines 25 through 30 on page 8, striking that section and replacing it with language that's has it go down to 4.99% for that top bracket. But I do still have the secondary bracket go down to 3.99%. So Right now, that bracket is, I believe, at 5.01%. And so this would be a decrease to that 3.99% for the second bracket. So essentially, on that part, what this amendment does is for, we'll say, income tax earners of, we'll say, single individuals earning between $17,000 and $26,999, their top marginal tax rate would go down from 5.01 to 3.99, which is what happens in the package overall. But for individuals in the above 27,000 and above, rather than their taxes going down, their top marginal rate going down from 6.84 to 3.99, it would go down to 4.99. So, and that would carry out, I can go through all the iterations for you if you like, and we can have time to talk about it. But what this does is it still does the accelerated implementation that Senator Linehan has proposed in the underlying bill. It still lowers the second tax bracket. So those individuals in that, what did I say, 17 to 26,000, 17,500 to 26,999, they still get that basically a little over 1% decrease. And those in the top bracket still get a decrease from where they were going under the bill we implemented last year. But it's just a bit smaller of a decrease. So the top marginal rate for income goes to 4.99% in the state of Nebraska. And then as to the corporate rate, you have to go to page 43 and striking out paragraphs 5 through 13. And the corporate rate goes, rather than continuing down from 5.2, it will stop at 4.99%. So the corporate rate for the first, I think it's $100,000. I actually can grab my amendment here. Ooh. Let's see. Okay, that's not it. Well, all right. Well, either way, I'll find it before my next time on the microphone. I know you all are scintillated by the conversation. But so here's the reason. We have, in my 3 years here, my first year, we had a debate about whether to decrease taxes for corporations, out-of-state corporations, for Social Security, for personal income tax. And we came to an agreement. We implemented half of the Social Security tax deduction. We implemented a smaller step down in the corporate and personal tax. And part of that conversation was we weren't sure we could afford it at the time, so we did a smaller implementation. And one of the arguments in that conversation was it's so hard to lower taxes, we need to do it when we can. And of course, we came back the next year and we had a much bigger implementation. We did the remainder of the Social Security tax with a slower implementation. And again, the argument was we need to lower taxes when we can because it's so hard to lower taxes. And of course, these were both the results of compromises. The first year was a compromise between myself, Senator Linehan, and Senator Stinner about what basically was affordable and where we all decided we could live with it. And then we came back the next year and kept going. And so now we're here, a third year with a third implementation. And again, I think we have the argument, well, when we have the opportunity, we need to do it. And I don't disagree with that. I propose tax cuts myself. I propose rebates in the Revenue Committee. I think when we have excess money, we should give it back to the taxpayers, but it's a question of how you do it. And so when you have a graduated income tax, you have the opportunity to cut a middle bracket that would give tax relief to the people in the middle and then everybody above it. If you give a tax cut to the top bracket, you're only giving a cut to those top folks and not the people below it. So what I had proposed last year, Senator DeBoer proposed, I think while we were having the debate as well, in that broader package that we lower that middle bracket down some while we lowered the top bracket. And what I had argued while we had that conversation was while we were giving, I think it was $700 million in tax relief, something like 70 million of it went to the top 8,000 earners. And so it's my position that if you're going to give a large tax cuts, we need to make sure that we're giving tax cuts to in an equitable fashion to middle class, working class people. And we had a whole semantical argument about what's middle class and what's working class. But what I can tell you is if you continue to just lower the top bracket, lower and lower and lower.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're giving tax cuts only to the top marginal earners. I'm suggesting that we give not only a tax cut to the top marginal earners, but we give a tax cut to those middle earners as well as the tax brackets are defined. And it will be more cost effective, less impactful on the state's budget going forward. And as I just told you, we have cut taxes in the last 3 years if we pass this bill. So the argument that it's too hard to cut taxes is not one that I think has a great resonance. If this money continues, if the revenue continues projections the way that people think it's going to, we can come back and we can cut taxes again next year or the year after. So this is a very simple proposition. I hope you all consider to vote for AM 1068. It does most everything that's in the package, but it does do a bit of a smaller implementation for the highest earners, still getting the highest marginal tax rate in the state of Nebraska down below 5%.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hardin, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of LB 754. Senator Bostar, would you yield to a question?
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
You handed out a plethora of documents, wondering if you would make a brief comment on the other two.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the question, Senator Hardin. So the first document, as I was going over before, is a breakdown of the legislative provisions for the tax credits in question. There's also a briefing document on opportunity zones in Nebraska. That's relevant for the second component of the child care tax credits that are in that larger briefing. And then the third document is a spreadsheet that identifies the opportunity zones in the state of Nebraska. And so you can look and see if your district has any opportunity zones in it. Many members of the legislature do, and so I would encourage individuals to look at those. I'd also be happy to answer the questions. With that, I won't take any more of your time. I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 4 minutes, 3 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator John Kavanaugh yield for a question?
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
So did I understand? I haven't read your amendment. I've got it laying here. Staff brought it to me. You're saying anybody above 27,000 should be at 4.99?
For individual income earners.
So you think that's wealthy?
Well, this is the same semantical argument we got into last year.
Right, and we're going to have it again this year.
Okay. I don't think somebody in that bracket is wealthy, but my proposition is that we make a lower tax for the second tier. I have suggested raising that income threshold as well in the past.
Yes, I know. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. We have been on this for actually going back before Senator John Kavanaugh was here. I think Senator Michaela Kavanaugh was here. Started with 1107, which is a marrying of the incentive package with property tax cuts and the next project. And we argued about if we could afford any of it. Some of us thought we could afford it, but we whittled it down. Actually, that's a whole nother story. We should talk offline about how it was the result, though, of where we got. Then the next year, we argued about whether we had enough money to cut taxes. And we did. We had plenty of money to cut taxes, but we had to satisfy, which is what we do here. We compromised to bring it down slowly. This year, we have plenty of money to do what we could have done last year. As a matter of fact, we have so much money. So I have handed out, hopefully you've all got it, because I think we need to start here. Maybe I should have started here when I introduced the bill. I've handed out 2 pages from the governor's proposed budget. So the first one, if you will bear with me, If you go down to line 16, it's the one with more lines on it. It's page 7. If you go down to line 16, it says legislation for individual tax rate reduction. And you can see that in 2023-24, it'll be 72 million. The next year, it's 220, almost 230 million, read across. Now, one of the reasons those numbers are lower than you might think they would be because we've already paid for the deductions we made last year. They're already baked in the budget. Then you go below that, it's the business income tax rate reduction, pays for that. You go down, it pays for the Social Security tax exemption, pays for that. The rest of it is, but we'll be on this Friday, so hard to talk separately. The next one is community college property tax refund, pays for that. Legislation opportunity scholarship, my priority bill, it's also part of the bigger package, pays for that.
1
Pays
minute.
for all of it. And then if you go to the next page I handed out, it shows what we're going to do with the cash reserve fund status. Right now, paying for all these tax cuts, we still have 1.6 billion in a cash reserve, plus the minimum rainy day fund, which means we have $2 billion. So I think we should give the money back to the people that actually paid the taxes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so going back to what we're actually on, which is AM 1068, which is my amendment that would make a smaller but still substantial tax cut of about 1% for the people in the second highest bracket and about 1.85%. I'm sorry, it's about 0.85% for the people in the top income tax bracket. And so I didn't quite get it clear. So the other part is on the corporate tax, and it says for taxable years beginning on or after January 1st, 2026, the rate equal to 3.99% for the first $100,000 of taxable income and a rate of 4.99% on all income in excess of $100,000. So that's still lowering the corporate tax rate for both the first 100,000 and for everything above that. And to Senator Linehan's point, we have had this conversation many times, and it feels like it often involves the two of us having this conversation. And it takes a lot of different forms. You know, I have made lots of different suggestions. Senator Linehan has brought forward a lot of suggestions. And one of the suggestions that I have made in the past was to do things like raise the each of the brackets rather than, you know, say 17,500 to 26,999 for that second bracket, raising that something like 50 or 100,000, right? And so just moving everything else up, and something along the lines where the top bracket, you have to be somebody earning over 125 or 150,000. You know, we've made lots of different suggestions in that range, but the point is we have made those offers before, which would create a substantial tax decrease for individuals by basically moving them into a lower tax bracket. And we were rebuffed on those suggestions because they were too expensive, is what we were told. And so now we're here in a point where we're basically putting together the two top tax brackets rather than moving them up or saying that these individuals, creating a 3.99 tax bracket is apparently okay for individuals making 17 to 26,000, as long as the people above that also get that tax cut. So the problem you have when you look at this is, you could say, is somebody making $27,000 wealthy? No, I don't think anybody would think that. But the people who get this tax cut are not just people making $27,000. It's the people making $500,000 a year would also get this tax cut. And that is where the bulk of the cost comes from. When you decrease the taxes on a $27,000 person, they get something in less than $100 tax cut. But the person in the $1 million, $500,000 range, they're getting tens of thousands of dollars of tax cuts. And I'm not standing here telling you, let's not lower those folks' taxes. I'm saying, let's lower them just a smaller amount. Let's keep the top two brackets graduated. Let's keep that, let's lower that middle bracket for those individuals earning $16,000 to $26,000 and lower them down from 5.01 to 3.99. And let's lower that top bracket from 5.84 to 4.99. So that's my suggestion here. I would gladly have a conversation where we're also raising the income thresholds for each of those brackets, because that would actually be tax relief for working and middle income people. And it would still give a benefit to the wealthiest, because of the way a graduated tax works, any tax cut, even to the very smallest tax bracket, is still going to be a tax cut for the wealthiest. But if you start at the bottom and work your way up, you are going to be able to give more relief and more equitable relief across those tax brackets. But my point is not all of those things. The point is,
1 minute.
thank you, Mr. President, that we don't know what the future holds. And we have demonstrated our willingness to continue to come back and keep ratcheting the taxes down if the projections and the incomes remain as positive as they are. So let's just slow down this implementation again. We have obviously demonstrated we are accelerating the implementation from last year. Let's slow down the implementation on that top bracket this year. Let's be more fiscally responsible, and let's make sure that those projections are going to be as good in the future before we lower that another percent. The individuals in this bracket are going to get a tax cut under this proposal as well. They're going to get almost 1%, 8.5% or 0.85% tax reduction. So that's the conversation I'd like to have right now, is about what is the appropriate amount for reduction in these two brackets. And that's why I brought this proposal, and I appreciate everybody's time, and I'll push my bite and continue the conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Albright, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 754. We'll see how the next 8 hours shake out, but the economic outlook in Nebraska is very strong. Our taxpayers deserve to have more of their hard-earned dollars back. LB 754 makes significant strides toward making Nebraska more competitive. LB 754 will make Nebraska more attractive to college grads, families, and businesses. The last biennium and this year, we have worked diligently on the tax code, moving it in the right direction. For those reasons and many others, I'd like to thank Governor Pellin for making it a priority of his. Chair Linehan and the Revenue Committee, we listened to 102 bills. And, by the time you shake everything out and try to figure out where everything goes in a very short period of time, I think this is an excellent package to bring forward. It'll make a difference in many lives. I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Albright. So, to respond to Senator John Kavanaugh's conversation about the brackets, before any of us got here, there was an attempt, and successful attempt, that they indexed the brackets to inflation. I don't have the exact details. Staff is working on that right now, but the brackets go up every year automatically. That was a bill passed before I got here. I'm not sure. I think it was a Senator Lindstrom bill, but I'm not positive on that. So the brackets automatically go up. That's already taken care of. The other thing I want to tell you, I've got staff bringing the slide deck that I showed you this morning. Somebody told me it's very good advice. Sometimes I'm willing to take advice. That I'm going too fast and it's complicated and I need to slow down. So I'm going to bring up, we can answer all your questions, but I'm going to try and bring up the slide deck with each of the bills. And then we can give you the syllabus before we give you the novels, I guess would be the best way to put it. So 2 bills that are all in the package that we haven't talked about yet. I just want to mention them. I would like, so the year before I was on the Revenue Committee was the Trump tax cuts, and that is when the federal government did away with the SALT taxes. Anything above $10,000 you can't deduct. We are tied to that. We could have untied ourselves, but we did not. So I would like to untie it. I think it is incredibly unfair that you pay $15,000 in property taxes and state income taxes and you can't deduct it from your state taxes. I think paying taxes on your taxes is ridiculous. So that is another part of the bill. And then finally, this was another Senator Bostar and Senator Kauth. Senator Kauth, you're here. I'll ask you a question if you'd be willing. Senator Kauth, would you yield to a question?
Senator Kauth, will you yield?
I will. So Senator Cowth, you and Senator Bostar worked on part of the bill that is to change provisions relating to the taxation of non-resident income. Would you like to speak to what that's about?
You bet. So my part of the bill was LB 416, and that is a convenience tax. And what happens is we have employees who work for Nebraska companies who may move out of state, or they may be working remote for some other reason. They still have to pay state of Nebraska income tax. And so the chamber came to us and asked that we make it a law that if they are here less than 30 days, and we dropped it down to 15 days, then they do not have to pay state income tax. That would allow them to come in for trainings, that would allow them to come in for meetings, and then they would not be charged.
Thank you, Senator Cowth. So that right now the law, but clearly not everybody's following the law, because right now the law is if you spend a day working in Nebraska, you owe Nebraska taxes, which will keep people from bringing in groups for sales meetings, for a board meeting. They'll go someplace else in Nebraska, and we would like them to come to Nebraska. So now I think we've hit on everything in the package, but again, I'll be sending out a slide deck that hopefully will help people understand the bigger bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Really, first of all, I want to thank Senator Linehan for her leadership in the body and on the Revenue Committee. And I know she's worked very hard and consistently to try and put forward packages that bring tax relief to Nebraska. And this year, of course, is no different. I wanted to add just a couple of additional kind of top line messages before we continue to work through the details and the nuance contained in this massive proposal. So first of all, some members have inquired as to, is this part of sustaining a filibuster? Is this part of prolonged debate? No. This is honest, good faith debate about our revenue infrastructure in the state of Nebraska, about our tax policy in the state of Nebraska. If you will notice, Senator Hunt has removed her amendment, which also is substantive in nature, and I think we'll have more discussion on at a later point in regards to this measure. And Senator Michaela Cavanaugh has not pushed forward with her ability to file priority motions in terms of addressing the queue or impacting the narrative. So to be clear, this is a carefully coordinated, good faith effort across the political spectrum to ensure that we do the people's business with substantive, deliberative debate whenever possible, as is possible this afternoon. And it's great to see so many people in the queue who want to share their ideas and perspectives about this massive proposal that the Revenue Committee and Senator Linehan have put forward to us today. So in addition to that kind of general understanding, thanking her for her leadership and providing clarity to the body that this is a good faith effort to raise important issues, seek compromise and consensus, that's where we are from a procedural posture. At this point in time, I am inclined to support Senator Cavanaugh's amendment that he has put forward. And while I like many aspects of the revenue proposal contained in LB 754, I do have concerns with some of the program design for some of those component parts. And overall, I'm generally concerned about the price tag that comes with these massive tax cuts and their sustainability in terms of what everybody agrees is a significant amount of economic uncertainty. Yes, to Senator Linehan's point, today, our bottom line, our fiscal health in terms of our fiscal picture is healthy, and we have $2 billion, but we need to also unpack that about what's ongoing and what's one time. Because if we can't anticipate that those are ongoing levels of resource, we shouldn't commit ourselves to an ongoing course of revenue reductions. We have to balance the one-time as reflected in our state budgetary picture with the ongoing nature of these tax cuts. So from a general perspective, I do have a bit of heartburn when it comes to the overall price tag, and tax cuts do have price tags, colleagues. We have to admit that when we're having honest, serious debate moving forward. And what that means in a time of economic uncertainty and for the sustainability of core government functions and programs like healthcare and education and infrastructure and economic development. So that's a piece of it that I'm concerned about and look forward to working with Senator Linehan and other senators to figure out what we can make work in our budgetary picture. Thank you, Mr. President. The other piece that I'm concerned about from a global perspective is how inequitable this tax package is. And when you look at some of the projections for how LB 754 could impact various taxpayers in Nebraska, you see this is a massive tax break for the wealthiest and for out-of-state corporations, and does very, very little, if any, for the middle class and low-income working Nebraskans. So I appreciate a step forward in the right direction with the child tax credit and some related child care pieces. I appreciate the work in regards to the Social Security income tax piece, but I think we need a lot more discussion about the individual income tax rates and the corporate tax rates. And I think we can and should do better in crafting a package that is more equitable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Breezy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning or this afternoon, colleagues. I rise in conditional support of LB 754 as amended by 906 and now as amended by 1063, 1064. I oppose AM 1068. And why do I say my support is conditional? It's conditional because we have what I would consider a package deal here, and we need to respect that package. The package is the amended 754. Senator Sanders 583, which is the education funding component. My amended LB 243, which is the property tax component. It's a package of income tax relief, property tax relief, education funding reform. And I dare say that one does not pass without the others. They are tied together at the hip, and they are tied together at the hip in essentially their current forms. And so I can't support the substantial change offered by Senator Kavanaugh in AM 1068. And I know at the end of the day that I can't support LB 754 without the education and property tax components of the package as well. You know, I think one of the main lessons from the last few years is that when we put something like this together, there has to be something in it for everyone. Think back to 2020 and LB 1107, where we married the business incentives to property tax relief. Think back to 873 from last year, where we tied together property and income taxes. So yes, I am in conditional support of LB 754, conditional on passage, movement of the education funding bill, conditional upon movement and ultimately passage of the property tax reform bill. But my support of any of the above evaporates if we can't get the property tax component passed. And so we can try to divide the question here and play those games. And I appreciate the position of the folks that maybe actually would like to change this a little bit. But we have to remember there's a whole lot at stake here with this package. You know, if you want to push special education reimbursement up to 80%, you need to respect the package. If you want to get more state dollars into your urban school districts, and yeah, mine too out in rural Nebraska, but if you want to get more state dollars into your urban school districts, you need to respect the package. And if you want to get more dollars back into the hands of your property taxpayers, you need to support the package. If you are concerned about the availability and cost of childcare in Nebraska, you need to support the package. So I'd suggest if you want to see any of those things I've just mentioned, you really need to support all of it. And the things I just mentioned, I think, are extremely important to everyday Nebraskans, extremely important to the economic future and well-being of Nebraskans and our state. And I keep hearing concerns about sustainability of what we're doing here, but I'm confident in the long-term sustainability of this package. We have a resilient ag-based economy that is well-positioned to weather economic cycles. The tax relief in this package will create even more growth in economic activity. But if you disagree, look at the numbers. And Senator Linehan hit at those, or talked about those numbers earlier. The governor's numbers and the budget numbers suggest even with this package, our cash reserve will remain in excess of $1.4 billion going forward for the next 6 years. And with that, we're talking a cash reserve in the forecast period in the area of 30% of our budget, and that is a very robust reserve. The ending balance, coupled with the reserve, yields over $2 billion a year by 29-30, and I think essentially all years between now and then. Thank you, Mr. President. But you might ask, well, what assumptions are we using here? The analysis assumes budget growth higher than what we anticipate this biennium. It assumes revenue growth of 0.8% for next biennium and only 2.5% for the following biennium. When one considers that average revenue growth is in the 4.75% area, those are very conservative numbers. And these cuts and this tax relief and education funding reform, it is being phased in responsibly. It's being stair-stepped in for a reason to ensure that things work, and we're being responsible in how we do it. And it's been cash flowed in many ways, and I'm confident that it passes the test of economic viability and sustainability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Geist, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of LB 754 and AM 1063. Senator Kavanaugh, sorry, I'm not in support of LB 1068. But I do want to focus especially on the portion of LB 754 that decreases the individual and corporate top-tier income tax rates gradually. And the reason I'm so in support of that is if you take a look at the income tax rates in our region, all the states around Nebraska are lower than Nebraska. If we as a state have an emphasis on growing our state, on expanding the reach of business across our state, and luring business and workers to our state, we have to be competitive in our region. And I understand the pushback. I know not everyone pays income tax, but a lot of people do, and businesses certainly do. So if we intend to grow our state, we must pass income tax relief like this. Therefore, I stand in full support of this bill, and with the rest of my time, I would like to yield that to Senator Linehan if she would so choose.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Thank you, Mr. President. So you all should have the orange. I know this is a kind of an odd color maybe, but I liked it because you can find it in your piles of papers that we've been handing out. But this is an outline of the income tax package. So as we're going through here, if you have questions, please feel free to come and talk to me, talk to staff that's up here on the floor, or talk to the sponsors of the bill that's in the package. When we did the incentive package in 2020, I made it clear, uncomfortably clear to some, that I don't like big incentive packages. I don't like picking winners and losers. We have no control over what happens to those. I think Senator Stinner was here, Chairman Stinner. One of the reasons we were so short on money in 2017 wasn't because we hadn't collected enough taxes. It was because something like $350 million of incentives came due that we didn't know were going to come due. So we do a big incentive package and we send it out. And why do we have incentive packages? We have incentive packages because we have been told, and it's almost happened a couple times, you're going to lose industry and businesses if we don't have an incentive package because our income taxes are too high. And this can happen like in a matter of days. When we were working on 2020 on 1107, one company got bought in Omaha by another company. And there was all out, we'll do anything to keep the company here. So I think it was one of Senator Cow's first Revenue Committee hearings, or one of the first times she was at a meeting of the Revenue Committee, and it's kind of this like, well, did you just, I think Senator Cow's question was, did you just do this for one company? And the response from Revenue staff was, oh, no, we can't do that. And I turned around and winked at her and said, that's exactly what we did. So we can either lower our income taxes, stop picking winners and losers, or we can depend on incentive packages. Now, how serious is this going to get in our time right here?
1 minute.
We have a major employer in Omaha, all across the state. Actually, I think they're the largest property taxpayer in the state. And they're not an ag company, they're a railroad, Union Pacific. And they have just announced they're looking for a new CEO. Now, what would we be willing to do to keep Union Pacific in Nebraska? One of the people that was involved in Blueprint was Lance Fritz. Scott Moore is a friend of mine. Scott Moore used to be here as the state senator. We have got to lower the top rate, guys. In all of this package, that is the most important thing we do, is lower the top rate on the high income earners, or they're not going to live here. And if they don't live here, we don't get any taxes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Linehan for bringing LB 754. I rise today in strong support of both of the revenue split amendments and opposed to AM 1068. Wow, I feel like I'm getting older because I can't quite read that anymore. But my story in representing District 1 is going to be the same when we talk about income taxes and property taxes, because Nebraska is behind in both. My district's in southeast Nebraska. I represent Otoe, Nemaha, Johnson, Pawnee, and Richardson counties. All of those counties are within, I think, at least 50 miles of Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas. So we are in direct competition with those three states when it comes to income taxes and property taxes. And we are hemorrhaging people because it's cheaper to work, live, and raise a family there. So when Senator Linehan brings bills like 754 and certain people talk about how people have never raised how high taxes are driving young people away, come talk to me. I've got a lot of people in my district who have and who have chosen to move to other states, either to live and or work, because it's cheaper, it's more affordable, and all they have to do is cross the border to see their families. So with that, I'm in strong support of Senator Linehan's LB 754, and I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you. To Senator Sloan, thank you, Senator Sloan. To your point on people moving, I have to tell you, when the bill was brought, that we included in this, I'm trying to figure out which number it was. LB 173, which Senator Kauth and Senator Bostar worked on, that people had to, if they were here for 15 days or less, they wouldn't pay Nebraska income taxes. When the first bill was introduced, it was 30 days, and I was nervous. You know why I was nervous? Because how hard is it going to be to live in Council Bluffs or in all those nice little communities across the river surrounding Council Bluffs, work from home, and visit First National Bank in Omaha once a month? And why wouldn't you? If you can work from home, live as close to family, I live in Elkhorn. I'm sure if I lived in Iowa, I could get to the Epley airfield a lot faster than I can get to Epley now. It takes me 45 minutes to get to Epley. We are just not being honest with ourselves if we think that people won't move 10 miles to pay half what they're paying in income taxes, let alone property taxes. I have examples of my own family. People who live in Keystone, Colorado, property taxes are about 25, 30% of what they are here. Income taxes are about half. So I don't know. I live here because I have grandchildren here and I love Nebraska. I wouldn't be here if I didn't love Nebraska. But you can buy a lot of airplane tickets for $10,000 or $20,000 to come visit grandkids. Part of the package is the child care tax credits. I do feel, because I have a whole bunch of grandkids and several of them are in child care, it's horribly expensive. I think we need to do something for those people, those young families. And that's part of the negotiation here in the committee, is we're going to cut the top rate. And we're also going to take care of people who are struggling because they got little kids costing $200 to $2,500 a month in daycare. They've got student loans. And none of that is tax deductible, by the way. Not your student loans, not your daycare expenses.
1 minute.
So you could be two lawyers and making $150,000 or $200,000 a year, and by the time you pay your daycare and your student loans, you don't have very much money. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, friends all, I had several questions off the mic, and I'm just going to try and put this in the smallest synopsis as I can and explain my part of the bill, which is really quite simple. So currently, 100% of the annuity benefits that federal retirees receive are subject to Nebraska state income tax. That's as simple as I can get. In contrast, we know that individuals that receive Social Security benefits now are taxed at a reduced rate, and hopefully after today, that'll be even greater. So we need to make sure that when we talk about retirees, that we include the voices of our federal retirees, because the ones in Nebraska are people like at the USDA, the Veterans Administration, National Park Service, IRS, Social Security, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and many others whose only jobs are to make our lives better. So what a great message we can give by saying that we see them and we want to make sure that their retirement is better and that they stay in Nebraska and they have disposable income that they put back into our budget, because we know when we are able to alleviate these types of taxes that those dollars are spent locally. We have facts and data that show that. And so that is probably the easiest way I can explain it. And with that, I would yield any extra time I have left to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to echo Senator Breezy's comments earlier on, and I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but that's what we get for 8 hours. That's what you're going to get, broken record. This is a package. We pass this first. Hopefully we get to property taxes on Friday. Hopefully the education funding bill came out of education this morning. Hopefully that's next week. It all moves together. Now there are things that I'm not particularly fond of in the whole big package. There are other things that are very dear to me. Scholarship tax credit, my priority bill for 5 years. School funding, I'm a little nervous. It's a lot of money. Is Senator Merman's not here? Senator Breezy, maybe you can help me. Senator Breezy, would you yield to a question? No, not fair.
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Do you remember this morning on the school funding bills, the amount of money that we were additional new money over and above what we currently fund public education in Nebraska, what it was on an annual basis?
I think it's right at $305 million per year.
$305 million per year for public education going forth.
Yes.
And also in part of this package and part of the governor's plan is there's a education future fund, right?
Yes, of $1 billion.
And $1 billion this year, of which some of this spending will come out of that, but then it's also going to be, isn't there money going into that fund every year for the next several years, or next 3 or 4 for sure?
It's my understanding that we're going to put in $250 million per year into that education future fund and then withdraw as needed to accommodate our goals of putting those dollars into public education.
And since you and I have been here, we have worked quite a bit on school funding, have we not, and property taxes?
Yes.
And one of the concerns by always the larger equalized school was we can't do anything for the little schools or the stand schools. Those would be the schools in the middle. They're not great big and they're not, think of the, never mind. I was going to say, think of the 3 bears. Great big, in the middle, little. So they weren't very excited about giving the middle
1
school
minute.
stand schools money either, were they?
No, they have not been.
because they were always afraid we could not sustain it, right?
Correct.
So part of the reason we have $1 billion in the Education Futures Fund is to convince the schools that not only are we going to increase funding $300 million, we're going to set aside the Education Future Fund so we can ensure that we can keep our part of the bargain.
Yes, that would be the safety net for sure.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clements, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand opposition to AM 1066 and support the income tax proposal at 3.99. I've been doing tax preparation for about 44 years, and I can't remember when it went to 6.84%, but it's been 20 or 25 years, I'm not sure. Somebody probably knows that. But I've been wondering when we'd ever get to where we could lower that sum. I've been really appreciated that last year we were able to target 5.84. And I was looking at the projected general fund status, the preliminary appropriations company report. On page 3, the revenues are showing 6.44 billion for this current fiscal year and spending of 5.15 billion. So that's 1.27 billion extra money, and spending will increase slightly, but revenues are going to increase some too. So there's over $1 billion of excess revenues we have. And I believe that the 3.99, it's time to, when we overcharge somebody in a business and figure it out, we give them back their change, what they had coming from their overpayment. And I think what we're finding out here, the state has received an overpayment of taxes, and it belongs back to the taxpayers as long as we can continue to fund state government, which we do have. We're going to continue to retain enough revenue to do that, but we are in a terrible competition with other states. I was really pleased that we reduced taxes completely on military retirement. I've had comments that that's keeping people here. Social Security, the tax returns I'm doing this year, it's really fun to show them 40% of your Social Security was not being taxed in 2022 by the state. And senior citizens, I've got one couple that moved back here from Arizona to Nebraska, partly for family reasons, but also a couple that have over $50,000 of Social Security benefits. And when I can show them $20,000 off of this year's tax return is coming back, that it's encouraging them to stay. And there are a couple that could move and live anywhere. So I do support the current tax package and would if Senator Linehan is not busy, I would yield the rest of my time. So Senator Linehan, would you care for my time? Yes, I yield.
Senator Linehan, 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should have thought about that before I said yes. I don't know. It's my understanding too, just as long as we're burying everybody in paper, that the governor's office, and I don't see Senator Merman, but the new numbers for the education funding bill should have been emailed, sent to your office.
1 minute.
In the last couple hours. So you might want to get that in hand. Again, it's a package, a whole package. The top rate's got to come down. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you are next up in the queue.
Oh, Thank you. There you are, Senator Merman. Senator Merman, would you yield to a question?
Senator Merman, will you yield?
Yes.
So is it your understanding, Senator Merman, that this education funding, which is, Senator Breezy was here before, I think the bill that you kicked out of committee this morning, it's about 300 million, a little over 305 million per year new public education funding, right? New above where we are now.
Yes, that's correct. It's a very substantial increase in education funding.
And you understand the governor's package to include income tax cuts, property tax cuts, and new funding for K-12 public education.
Yes, the discussion all year in the Revenue Committee is that everything goes as a package.
Right. And one piece of it, and you've been here now, this is what, your 5th year?
Yes.
So you were here for 1107 and 873, and when we went through nights like this, and we
Yes.
all agreed to disagree.
Yes, we've had the compromise going for, I think about the 4th year now, that as we decrease taxes, property taxes will be decreased in proportion with other taxes.
Right. And is that your understanding how this is going to work?
Yes, my understanding is that that is true of this total package.
So has it also been your experience, I know because you've been here, that when we try to do one without the other, we don't ever get to 33?
That's correct. As Greater Nebraska, Rural Nebraska Senators, we do have the ability to at least stop something bad from happening, even worse than over-reliance on property taxes.
Just be clear, my position is it's all good. All tax cuts are good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm very much in favor of giving as much money back to the taxpayers where it rightfully belongs.
Right. Thank you, Senator Merman. I'm going to address something else that's kind of going on about whose taxes we lower and how much, people that are lower, moderate income people are not getting back in this package. If we believe, which I do, we're collecting, it's just a fact, we're collecting too much money. I mean, when we're saying we've got $2 billion sitting around and $1 billion in Education Futures Fund, we're clearly collecting too much money. So if we're collecting too much money, and Senator Clemens mentioned this, when you're collecting too much money, Senator Clemens, would you yield to a question, please?
Senator Clements, will you yield?
Yes.
I think what I heard you say, and I agree 100%, is if you take too much money from somebody, you give them the money back, right?
Correct.
Right. So if we have taxed people too much, we need to give the money back to the people we taxed too much. Not to do some kind of, I wish I was better at saying this, but I'm going to be too blunt probably. My children will text me and tell me I was. If we take money from somebody who's earned money and give it to somebody who didn't pay taxes, that is not a tax cut. That is redistribution of wealth. And we can have that conversation. And it's a legitimate conversation. But to give money back to people who didn't pay it is not a tax cut. We have a lot of people in Nebraska who are paying very high taxes.
1 minute.
And they've paid too much in taxes. So we need to give the money back to them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Raybold, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I stand in support of Senator Kavanaugh's Amendment 1068. And of course, I stand in solidarity in giving appropriate tax cuts. But I have so many questions that I've fired out earlier. And I'm a business person, and I look at Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, and there are certain factors, economic factors going on right now that give me pause, and I'm more cautious than most people out there. And I recognize we have a surplus, but I would like to slow it down. Right now, we have inflation that is really impacting economic growth. We have higher interest rates. Hopefully, the Fed will keep them stabilized at the current rate, but that certainly impacts economic growth. We have a truly volatile stock market right now, more than in the last year. And then, of course, we have a lot of skittish banking policies out there. And so my concern going forward is, what are some of the economic indicators we have as a legislature to pull back should there be shortcomings? And I know Senator Clemens, I love what he said, that this is a good tax cut as long as we can continue to fund state government. And I recognize that is our real priority. But I just want to focus on LB 754. I like Senator Kavanaugh's recommendation and his amendment to flip it around a bit, because actually the package as presented is really a windfall for Nebraska's highest paid. The income package predominantly benefits high income taxpayers in and outside of our state. Now, I acknowledge if you are a high earner, naturally you're going to be paying more in taxes. But however, out of the entire package, the top 1% of Nebraska incomes, those over 600,000, see a cut more than 5 times greater than any other resident. So the reality is very little of this package is targeted to low and middle income Nebraskans. And the average cut for the majority of Nebraskans is tiny when compared to the tax savings that the higher paid Nebraskans would receive. And this is from the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy Analysis. My concern is this is projecting out for more than 4 years, which I really commend them, because I like to see forecasting and how it's going to impact. But there's so many variables out there, economic variables, that we can't predict, we can't control, but we have to be able to react to. And so what I had asked Senator Linehan to look at is what are, and I hate the word trigger, but I'm going to say trigger, what are those economic triggers that would automatically and objectively set things in process so that we would pause any continuation of the tax increase or tax cuts going forward every year? What are those objective triggers that can be put in place so that 4 years from now we don't have to really deal with it, because our economic indicators have shown that we can't go forward with the next round of tax cuts? And so that's one of my big concerns. Let me see. The ITEP estimates that the average tax savings for the bottom 87%.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the child care tax credit specifically is less than $50. So, and I really commend Senator Bostar, and we can talk about the child care tax credits, which I am 100% supportive of. However, the top tax cut for the top 1% would be on average nearly $26,000 annually. So when you look at the impact, and that's why Senator Kavanaugh's proposal amendment flips it around, where the low and mid-income earners get a higher tax cut, whereas the higher taxpayers, they still get a tax cut. They absolutely do get a tax cut, but it's not at the progression level anticipated in LB 754. And next round, I'll try to ask Senator Linehan a whole bunch of questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mosier, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, quickly some items. Senator Hunt withdraw and refiles several amendments to LB 754 to refile the select file. Additionally, motions reprinted Senator Hunt to LB 531 and 630. Additionally, additional motion reprinted Senator Kauth, amendment to LB 754. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Senator Mosier, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I support the tax cut package that the Revenue Committee is bringing forward. Typically, how government works, or at least in my 20 years or 16 plus years of being in government, is we predict what we have in expenses and we predict what revenue we need to cover those expenses, and we set tax rates to bring in the revenue to cover those expenses so we can pay our bills. As a state, we're not allowed to deficit spend. We need to make sure that we have the revenue to spend the money that we need to spend to make government work. But in our current situation, our revenues are way higher than what our current needs are. And so to adjust those rates, I think, is smart, to allow people to keep more of their money and not take the money away from them against their will. As far as future adjustments, every 2 years we do a new budget. We get forecasts numerous times through the year. And if the forecasts change, we can always change our budget. And for that matter, we could change our tax rates if we have to. But I think to keep tax rates higher and hoard all this money is wrong. I think the citizens should have it. They have expenses. There's inflation. There's plenty of place for our citizens to put this cash, and rather than keep building our coffers bigger and bigger and bigger, I just think that's wrong. Thank you.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee for bringing this bill. I agree with what Senator Slama said earlier about the discrepancy in taxes between neighboring states. My district borders Kansas. I can tell you our property taxes are 2/3 higher than Kansas. I know Missouri is even less than Kansas, and my research has shown that Iowa is less than that. And I know this bill is about income tax, but what we've been talking about is a correlation between the income tax and the property taxes. Senator Linehan, would you be available for a question?
Senator Linehan, will you yield?
Certainly. Thank you. Yes.
So we're talking about, historically, we've done a dollar for dollar property tax versus income tax. And we've got several bills through the governor's education and tax side. Are the opportunity scholarships counted as income tax in that equation?
Yes.
Okay, so then they're accounted for on the dollar for dollar. Do you feel last year the highest rate was 684 in Nebraska, and if this passes, we're going to go to 399? Do you believe that's sustainable in the long term to drop almost 3%?
Yes.
And what are you using for that rationale?
Everything that the governor's office has looked at, and I can't speak to Senator Clemens and the Appropriations Committee, but I think when they bring the budget to the floor, it will be clear. They're using growth and spending. So they expect spending will increase. And I think we haven't settled on exactly what that number is yet, but that will be part of it. So they expect spending will increase. And our revenues, right now, I think Senator Breezy said we're averaging 4.5. So the whole time I've been here, and we always said that if we can keep spending at 3% below, and we can keep revenues at 4% or above, and when you're talking about billions of dollars, that stacks up pretty quickly. And that's why we are where we are. We have kept spending lower than revenues. And that revenue growth over 40 years, there is, and we will sometime have a downturn, but it's not usually, and that's in the budget books that we'll get, it's not usually drops below what we got the year before. It just doesn't increase 4%.
All right. If the state were to get into a bind down the road, would you be in favor of cutting back on business incentives as opposed to increasing income tax?
Yes.
I think that's a great answer. Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Breezy, would you be available for a few questions?
Senator Breezy, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. You were part of 1107 when that package was put together. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And 873?
Yes.
So the credits that the property tax gets through both of those programs, that really isn't a reduction in property taxes. That just covers the increase in property taxes.
Well, I don't know if I would go that far. The 1107 credit has extended up to 560 million. But yes, I suppose overall annually, if you average it out, it might only kind of cover the increase.
So Nebraska typically sees about a 5% growth in property taxes annually. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, I believe so.
And that would be about $160 million annually?
Oh, I think we collect about $5 billion in property taxes before the credits, so it would be $200 to $250 million, quite likely.
Annually?
Yes.
So, I mean, really, in 4 years, we could be looking at $1 billion increase in property taxes.
I believe so, yes.
All right. Thank you. Senator Decay, would you be available for a question?
Senator Decay, will you yield?
Yes.
I know you were hard at campaigning this last summer. When you were knocking on doors in your district, what were your people telling you about taxes?
Property tax is our biggest issue, and being up on the South Dakota border, it's to make that correlation between Nebraska and South Dakota is, it's a question that needs to be answered going forward, where we're at with property.
Time, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Senator Erdman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I hit my light early when the bill came up and I didn't get in place, so I shut it off and hit it again. I got down about 17, so I finally made it back. So what we've heard this afternoon is our property taxes are too high. People move across the border because taxes are less. And I want to give kudos to the Revenue Committee for working hard at trying to figure out how we get competitive with our neighbors. And Senator Linehan and I have had a discussion, and I've always been supportive of what she does, and she understands that I appreciate her efforts. But what I'm here to tell you today is none of the things we're going to do in these tax bills get us into first place. And all of the things that we've talked about today to move the income tax rate down to 3.99 to help with property tax relief, and Senator Brandt and Breezy just briefly discussed how much it goes up every year. They're about right, $250 a year. If we adopt the EPIC option consumption tax, we don't have any of these discussions. We keep our young people here. In Senator Slama's district, they don't move to Missouri or Iowa or Kansas. They stay in Nebraska. In fact, people move to Nebraska because we'll be the most opportunistic tax state there is. No corporate income tax, no individual income tax, no property tax, no inheritance tax. Think about that. That is a significant move to the front of the line. The bad news is we pass all of these tax reduction bills in front of us. We don't move ahead of any of our neighbors. Now, the question was asked, are you going to vote for LB 754? And I said, yes, I am. I'm not that stupid that I wouldn't vote for a tax decrease. But what I will do is I will continue to push for the real answer. This is not the real answer. So until we get to that, we need to do all we can to alleviate the tax burden on Nebraska people. And Senator Linehan correctly stated, we're taking too much of everyone's money and holding it in a rainy day fund, our cash reserve. So under the consumption tax proposal, you You, the taxpayer, get to decide how much taxes you pay, not the government, but you. And people have said, this is a radical idea. Has anyone tried this? Well, those 7 states that don't have income tax do better when things are good, and they do a lot better when things turn bad. So we'll have a lot of discussion, probably 8 hours on these bills, and Senator John Kavanaugh wants to reduce it by a little slower rate. But the point is, every one of these people that talked about what they're trying to fix, this really doesn't fix it. Does it help? Yes, it'll help. But the real answer is to fix the problem. And so Senator Breezy and Senator Brand had a discussion about, is this a reduction in the increase? And when you have a $250 million annual increase in property tax, that's exactly what it is. It's a decrease in the increase. So if you have an opportunity to fix it once and for all, that would be the choice you should make. And so we're giving the voters an opportunity. We're circulating a petition to get it on the ballot for them to vote, to put them in first place, to put them in charge of how much taxes they pay and when they pay them. That sounds like local control to me. So Senator Linehan and Breezy and those in the Revenue Committee, I'm voting for your bill. I'm voting for that. I'm supporting you. But you know as well as I do that I don't believe this is the real answer, but I'm going to support your effort because I understand we need something in the gap until we get there. Thank you.
Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today in favor of AM 1068. I want to start by saying a couple things here. So first of all, I want to join in, I guess, the chorus of folks who are thanking Senator Linehan and others for their hard work on these bills. As some of you may know, I am on revenue. I was the one person who voted against this package as it came out, and I want to clarify a couple of things. As you all know by now, this package has in it a number of different bills, and those bills seem to address a number of different concerns that senators have. The part of the bill that I had the most issue with was what we're talking about here, which is the reduction of the income and corporate tax rate to 3.99. The core of my concern is simple, and it's really just that I am worried about how things are going to look in the future. I understand there have been numbers discussed here where there are some projections that things are going to be fine in the next 10 years, but I would also posit to you that there are numbers out there that show projections that things are not going to be fine, or that this will not be quite as sunshiny or positive as people think. And so the concern I have is that if we are in a state right now where we are seeking to increase significantly our dedication to schools while simultaneously seeking to decrease the amount of revenue that we take in, that just seems like a problem. And I knew this was part of the package or the concern coming into the session, and I was very interested to be a part of that conversation. And we all received the governor's budget book when we heard the state of the state. And when you look at the page 7, the general fund financial status, very base reading of this, you're going to see on the top of that revenues that take into consideration the proposed reduction in tax rates. And then you'll also see the appropriations that take into consideration a number of proposed bills. And by fiscal year 2025, 2026, the general fund is in the red. And that's not numbers that are being presented by some biased organization. Those are not numbers that are being presented by anybody else. The governor's own budget puts us in a situation where the general fund status is in the red. And what concerns me about that is I understand that we do have more money than we've ever had historically or for a long time, and we do have a very, very robust rainy day fund. But to rely on savings is something that I was always taught was never necessarily a good idea. Now, that doesn't mean I'm against all tax cuts. I mean, your taxes are too high, so are mine. Everybody agrees that tax cuts are generally better, but the question is just how do we do it in a way that is fiscally responsible? I rise in support of AM 1068, and if 1068 is adopted, would be in favor of LB 754. Colleagues, for those who are actually listening, I want to make something very, very, very clear. AM 1068 is not a filibuster amendment. It's not an amendment that's meant to jam up the process. It's an amendment that is legitimately seeking a compromise on the reduction of the top tax bracket. So by reducing that proposed 3.99, or sorry, increasing the 3.99 to 4.99 on the top tax bracket, what we are seeking to do is still achieve a reduction in the overall income and corporate tax rates by the year 2027. But that top bracket for individual income and also corporate stops at 4.99. And rough numbers, like, and we're going to talk about this, it sounds like all day and all night, but rough numbers that I see on that is that could potentially, that small modification, 3.99 to 4.99, could save the state about $300 million-ish. So when we're talking about programs that cost $25 million a year, hypothetically, saving $300 million in the event of economic downturn, to me seems like a pretty good deal. Thank you, Mr. President. And so I'll probably talk a number of other times about some of my concerns about the package or about the income tax, given my being on the Revenue Committee and some of the testimony that I've heard. But I just want to make it incredibly clear to my colleagues, this is not us trying to slow the process down. You will actually, in fact, see, if you look it up, that some of the amendments were moved around here to make sure we could actually address this. And the reason for that is this is a legitimate change to a bill that I think, frankly, addresses the concerns of some of the rural folks in the room. I think it addresses the concern of everybody who wants to see a tax reduction, because again, this is still a reduction from the 5.84 that it would be in 2027 down to 4.99. So in a world where compromise is what we've been trying to reach, I think this is a situation wherein everybody wins to a certain extent. So colleagues, please look at the amendment. Please listen to the testimony you're going to hear today. It actually is us trying to find some common ground. So we'll talk again. I'll go into more details.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Von Gillern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 754 and the committee amendment, but against Amendment 1068. I shared this morning with many of you that my belief is that when we have extra money as a state, that we should give it back to the taxpayers. And that's something that I shared when I was campaigning, and I was talking to people, and they said, well, what are you going to do if you get elected to cut taxes? Everybody says they want to cut taxes. And I said, well, the first thing we need to do is get money back into the hands of the people that paid it. And that's what this package does. I mean, 754 is a package. I appreciate Senator Breezy pointing that out earlier. It's not only a package of bills within itself, but it's also critically tied to other packages that are going to come before this floor for debate. The basic underlying philosophy around this, in my mind, is the fact that we've got to get our heads around this. This is not our money. It belongs to the people. It belongs to the taxpayers that wrote the checks, earned the money, and sent a portion of it in to operate the state government. LB 754 gives back tax revenue that the state has collected but is not needed. And it's cutting taxes from those that have paid the bulk of those taxes. This is a package deal. It has something in it for everyone, and that was very intentional. The fact is that the higher brackets pay the vast majority of the taxes in the state, and that is simple and true. It's not debatable. I actually asked that question of Open Sky when they testified in our hearings, and they said they didn't have the data, but I'm confident that they do to illustrate that fact. I'm not opposed to cutting taxes for middle-income earners. This would impact several of my kids and grandkids, and so I don't take it lightly, my position on this. But there are other tax credits and benefits that are available to that bracket that are not available to the higher bracket. And the reality is that there's a dramatically high number of Nebraskans that don't contribute at all to our state revenue, that pays no taxes at all. I've asked for those numbers of people that will impact, and actually the Amendment 1068 that Senator Kavanaugh's proposed, and I'd be interested to see those numbers to know exactly what they pan out to be. But again, the tax cuts apply to people that pay taxes, not to people that don't. The package, again, was intentionally assembled to cover a broad spectrum of taxpayers, and I believe that it does that. To the viability of the tax cuts, I want to share that the governor's PRO office testified to the resiliency of these cuts. With a cash reserve of approximately $1.6 billion after this package is passed, the numbers proved out that it'll withstand the 3 worst economic years that we've seen in the past decade. And that was a litmus test that was compelling to me. The budget office took the worst 2 revenue years of the last 10 years and presumed that those tax revenues and current expenses and the tax cuts that are proposed and ran them out over future years. And what they showed was that we could withstand 3 of the worst revenue years that we've seen in the last 10 years and still have a budget surplus. It would come close to depleting that budget surplus, but we would still be in the black. And I think that's, again, that's important. I think that's at least a good litmus test for me to say that we can withstand this, that it is resilient. One of the pieces of this, again, is LB 492, is a bill that I proposed, which allows for the full expensing of factory equipment. And that affects companies like Chief Industries and Valmont and Lindsay Manufacturing and Becton Dickinson. These are companies that are all over the state of Nebraska and employ thousands of blue-collar workers.
1 minute.
These are the people that we're talking about trying to get benefit back to. This tax benefit that is addressed in 492 has been in existence in a number of years and simply expired and needs to be renewed. And in conversations with the chambers and both state and local chambers, we know that the Nebraska tax structure is a deterrent to firms looking to move here and makes those that are already here question their logic. I know personally of a firm that moved a substantial portion of their factory operations to Texas this past year solely because of the tax structure. Do you think the jobs went with that? You better believe they did. We need to see this package passed so that we can do good things for seniors receiving Social Security benefits, for federal retirees, for families who utilize childcare, and for businesses who employ Nebraskans. Thank you.
Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Bosman, and thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dungan, would you yield to a question?
Senator Dungan, will you yield?
Sorry, yes, Mr. President. Ow, I shocked myself. Keep doing that.
So when you were up just a bit ago, you were talking about page 7 of the governor's budget. You have that?
I do.
Okay, so could you look up at line 13 on that budget?
General fund transfers out to Education Future Fund?
Yes.
Yes.
So in 23-24, what is the money that we're going to put into the Education Future Fund?
For fiscal years at the 2023-24, I think that's the $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Correct.
And then in 24-25?
That's another $250 million.
And then in 25-26?
Same, $250 million.
And in 26-27?
Also, same, $250 million.
So quick math, that's $1.75 billion?
Yes, I believe you.
Yes. Okay, so that is money that's being set aside. Now, when we get the education funding bill, some of that will be used, but we're committing $1.7 billion to education, right?
Correct.
And then you talked about at the bottom of the 25-26, I think these were the numbers you were talking about, line 36.
Correct.
So those may seem like big numbers in the out years, but those are not big numbers. And especially if you compare them to those numbers up there where we're saving money. You follow my reasoning? We are like putting away $1 billion, $250 million, $250 million, $250 million. So 1.7, and the numbers you're talking about down here are about 38 million?
The numbers I was referencing in line 36.
Right, so 12 million plus 127 million would be 139 million.
Sure, yeah, and I see that line 36, that's the structural receipts versus appropriations. So I see that as the difference between the total expenditures and then the appropriations being made in the fiscal year.
But the point is that line 13 is not truly expenditures, right?
Line 13, it's being set aside to a particular fund.
Right, but it's not money we don't have.
My reading of that is that it's an appropriation. Even if they're not spending it immediately in that moment, it's being set aside, then it's technically an appropriation.
Well, let me ask the question this way. Would you say that $1.75 billion is a lot more than 138 million?
Yes, I would absolutely say that those numbers, yeah. 1.75 billion is bigger than that, yeah.
Okay, and then you have page 9 of the budget there. Do you have the whole book?
I do.
Okay.
I kept it for light reading. Yes, I'm ready.
So that would be the cash reserve fund status, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
That page 9.
Cash reserve fund status, yes.
Yes, so at the end of 23-24, what does it say we're going to have in the cash reserve fund status?
23-24, 1.6 billion-ish.
And in 24-25?
Same.
And in 25-26?
Same.
And in 26-27?
1.6 billion, same.
So we have 1.7 billion that we're dedicating to the Education Trust Fund, and we have 1.6 billion in the rainy day fund.
We have 1.6 billion in the cash reserve fund status, yeah.
Yes, okay. And then if you go back to page 7.
1 minute.
Quickly.
Yes.
Line 29, minimum biennial reserve requirement.
Yes.
So what is that number?
Minimum biennial reserve requirement for 24-25, 324 million-ish.
So that's extra money that we have to, by the law, that's what we have to have as a reserve.
Correct.
Reserve fund status is extra money we have. So those two numbers added together would be $2 billion, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay, that is why I'm saying, thank you, Senator Duncan. That's why I'm saying this, and why the governor's saying, why the appropriations chairman is saying this is sustainable. You're talking about $3 billion in extra money for cushion. $3 billion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quickly, amendment to be printed to LB 516 from Senator Walls. Additionally, notice that the Appropriations Committee will hold an executive session at 4 p.m. in room 1307. Appropriations exec session, 4 o'clock in room 1307. That's all I have this time.
Senator Sanders, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 754 and both divisions of the committee amendment. I would like to thank Senator Lanahan for her continuing efforts to make Nebraska more competitive. I also want to thank all of the Revenue Committee members for all of their hard work assembling this proposal. LB 754 is a great next step towards making Nebraska more competitive with our neighbors. In fact, Senator Lanahan's bill is one part of many bills addressing tax reform in the legislature this year. I look forward to discussing the governor's school finance reform package, including LB 583, which was just passed out of Executive Education Committee this morning. Both of these bills are focused on attracting people and business to our state, whether it is related to income tax or how we finance our schools. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the remaining of my time to Senator Lanahan.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Sanders, and thank you, Mr. President. Senator John Kavanaugh, would you yield to a question?
Senator John Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Yes.
So did you, I think this is you, right? You handed out the 2022 Nebraska tax calculation schedule for individual income taxes.
I did hand that out. My handwriting's not very good.
So we're going to have that discussion that you knew we were going to have, at least hopefully you'll. What is middle class and what is rich? That was where we were last year, right?
You and I have done this round and round before, yes.
Yes. So you've got single taxpayers, the top bracket kicks in at $33,180, right?
I'm sorry, single taxpayer top bracket kicks in at 33,180. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yes.
So is that middle class, wealthy? What's
I don't know. I guess I'm not a sociologist. I don't know how to characterize that. And I guess my opinion on that's not really relevant to the conversation.
It's relevant to, I think, the body to know where you're thinking, what's fair for tax cuts.
Well, I suppose somebody's characterization of what is wealthy and what is not is, I don't know how that is relevant to which taxes we should cut. Are you saying we should only cut taxes on the wealthy?
No, I'm talking about the middle class. I think I think $31,180 is barely middle class, frankly. I think it's pretty hard to live on $33,180. Is why I thought we should raise beginning teacher salary.
You wouldn't hear a disagreement from me on that.
So we can agree that that's middle class. Then we got married filed jointly down below. So you're married, you're filing jointly. So there's two of you, maybe not some children or some grandchildren. It was $66,360 where the top bracket kicks in.
Yes, that is true.
So I don't think that's wealthy.
And I wouldn't disagree with you on that either.
Okay. So we are overtaxed in Nebraska. And it's not just because we're overtaxing the rich people. We are overtaxing the middle class. So these people, if you look at the sheet that Senator Kavanaugh sent out, those are the income levels. Now let's pretend that maybe somehow, because they're very, very frugal and they never eat out and they don't go to the movies, that the married filing jointly taxpayers that are $66,000 income somehow manage to buy a house. They got lucky, inheritance money, down payment. So the property taxes are probably $5,000 a year. So you can drop that down to $61,000. We're not talking about tax cuts for the rich. Yes, the rich will get tax cuts. They will. And they pay the vast majority of the taxes. And I will hand out, I've already handed out, we'll talk about this next time I get a chance to be up. But we're talking about middle class tax cuts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a member of the Revenue Committee, and as so, I'd like to thank the governor and Chair Linehan and all the members of the Revenue Committee for putting together this tax package. And I want to emphasize that as we went through the hearings this winter, we did work together with the other committees, the Appropriation Committee and the Education Committee, of which I'm a chair. So it's a total package, and I do support it. I've got some reservations that I'll talk to later, but my biggest concern is that, as has been addressed already on the floor, property tax relief has to be proportional to the amount of tax relief that we give to other taxes that are paid. And I think as long as the package goes as a total package, that is addressed. So I do support the LB 754 with the Revenue Committee amendment. And I am opposed to AM 1068 by Senator John Kavanaugh. I was very happy this year to move to the Revenue Committee as chair of the Education Committee. And traditionally, the chair of the Education Committee does move to the Revenue Committee. And I'm very humbled and honored and privileged to serve on both of those committees. Both committees have very intelligent, well-spoken, and hardworking senators on them, and it's just a privilege to be a part of that. I should say that it's a great time to be on the Revenue Committee, and all of those committees actually, because the revenue just keeps coming in way above expectations. And with that happening, we have the opportunity to return as much of that tax money back to the taxpayers and keep it in the pocket of the taxpayers. They can spend that money, that hard-earned income that they have earned, much more smartly, intelligently, and in a way that will boost our economy much better than we can at the government level. And we can do that in a responsible way. We've already talked about how the cash reserve is very adequate, and by all estimations, it will be adequate or more than adequate even going forward. Senator Von Gilleren took a little bit of my thunder in saying that if we have 3 years that are as bad revenue coming in as the worst one in the last 10, 3 years in a row of that, we will still have an adequate cash reserve. So right now we need to be, like I said, giving as much back to the taxpayers as we can, cutting taxes, and I think by reducing income tax down to 3.99%, that works out very well with balancing all kinds of tax cuts that we're trying to accomplish. I do represent 8 counties that are along the southern tier in the middle part of the state, and of course the most important tax that's most out of
1
balance
minute.
there, thank you, and in the whole state is property taxes. And you can really see that being on the border, especially with agriculture. And of course, farmers do pay property taxes on their house, and they do pay income tax as a small business, just like everyone else. So these tax cuts are very important to us, and let's move forward as a package. I would like to talk a little bit about while the child care part of the bill. I was present not voting, but I know I'm running out of time, so I will address that when I get back on the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Frederickson, you are recognized to speak.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues and Nebraskans. I rise today. I am still not sure where I'm going to land on this bill. I've been really appreciative of this discussion, and I appreciate the Revenue Committee held a briefing earlier today on the bill, and I was really appreciative of that as well. Senator Linehan and Senator Von Gilleren have both been very helpful in answering some of my questions. I kind of joked with them. I said, I'm kind of flirting with the bill. I'm not sure if I'm ready to date the bill yet. So we'll kind of see how, where this goes and how the discussion wells out. I think the thing that we all agree on is, what I'm, frankly, I'm really here for is, we want a prosperous future here in Nebraska. And I think that there's a lot of ways that we can do that. And I think that, we want an environment here where Nebraskans can thrive. And I think that does include, frankly, having a thriving business community. I think it does include having attractive tax policy for folks to live here. And I also think we have to think about, just from a workforce perspective, obviously, this is a conversation that so many of us are having, and we're talking about talent attraction. And, I'm sure there are some folks who are on Zillow and kind of doing the little calculator they have on there, trying to figure out what the tax rates are going to be, and they're using that to kind of determine where they might live. But I also think that that's not the only thing that people are looking at when they're considering where they're wanting to live. And I think it's important that, we need to be honest, colleagues, like nothing happens in a vacuum, right? And so I've been saying that a lot about this session. I've been saying that a lot about, a lot of the bills that we've been seeing this year. And I think that if, as a state, I think if we're really truly going to set ourselves up for economic success and a prosperous future and sustainability and all these things and these buzzwords that we can say about this, we need to be taking a holistic approach to that. So yes, that does involve tax policy, but it also involves looking at ways that we can ensure that we are attractive to workforce, and that we are creating a culture and an environment in our state that is attractive to that key demographic, that working age demographic. And you have to ask yourself, what are young professionals interested in, right? They're interested in environments that, yes, there's affordable housing, yes, that there are jobs available, but a lot of these folks are also thinking about their kids. They're oftentimes young parents, so they're going to want to obviously have schools that their kids can go to. They want childcare infrastructure in place, so they have those supports in place. And they're also going to be, especially in the world we're living in 2023, they're going to be considering, what's going on with local government, and is local government looking to promote, belonging and welcomeness in the communities, or is local government looking to actively restrict rights? I've got a 4-year-old son, and, I constantly think about, where, what we want to teach him, how we want to raise him, teach him kindness, teach him respect. And I think as legislators, we need to take that seriously because we really do establish a lot of the culture that we see in this state. So I'm happy to do what I can to support, Nebraska's future, to support the business communities, to support having a competitive economic environment. I have no problem doing that. But we can't act like it's just taxes. We can't act like that's the only factor or the only thing that's going to solve the workforce issues we're seeing. We have to really, truly think about this holistically. This is not a one-shot thing. We can have zero taxes in this state, and if we take away people's rights, no one's going to want to live here. That's what it comes down to. So we have to kind of be serious about this. The other thing I'm kind of concerned about, thank you, Mr. President. The other thing I'm concerned about is I think people talk a little about the sustainability. I really don't, and I want to implore to my freshman colleagues in here as well. If we're in here for 4 years, or if we're fortunate enough to be in here for 8 years, I don't think any of us want to ever be in a position where we have to raise taxes. I've talked to a number of folks about that, and I've had conversations with Senator Linehan and Von Gillern, and some conversation with the governor's PRO office about some of the forecasting that's been out there. I'm looking forward to looking at those numbers, particularly those numbers in the context of what happens when, we do have another, God forbid, pandemic, or we have another economic crisis of sorts. I want to make sure that we are going to be in a position where we are not we're not being irresponsible, so to speak. So I'm continuing to listen. I'm learning more about this, and I appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Kauth, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to talk a little bit about LB 641, which is the complement to Senator Blood's LB 38. This is the Social Security bill. And I believe Senator Raybould had a question about the fiscal note earlier today. In 2023, it'll be 47.6 million, and in 2024, it'll be 31.8. This is actually the culmination of nearly a decade-long process to end the state tax on Social Security. It will allow Nebraskans to claim a reduction of their federally adjusted gross income equal to 100% of their Social Security benefits. So starting in 2024, they will be able to not pay tax on their Social Security because that's really a double taxation, and we need to stop doing that to our seniors. Senators have been fighting for this moment since Senator Galen Hadley in 2014. Senator Brett Lindstrom worked very, very hard on this his entire time in the legislature. This is an acceleration of those efforts, and we're able to bring it in 2024. And so I yield my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 3 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kauth. So I handed out a chart that I'm going to spend some time talking about. It's gray and white, and at the top, in very little print that I need this like to read, it's Nebraska individual income tax returns, adjustments, liability, and payments by size of federal adjusted gross income for the tax year 2020, because this is always dated material, but it gives us a feel, I think, for who pays what the points I'm trying to make. So if you look at the bottom of the page, there's two lists here. It's the first, in the bottom left-hand corner, is a percentage of filers between $75,000 and $99,999. And you go and you'll see that's 10% of the filers fall into that range. The next one's $100,000 to $199,000, 15% of the filers. The next one is 200 to almost $500,000, 4.353% of filers. Between 500 million and 999,000 is 1% of filers, and over $1 million is 0.19% of filers. So less than 1% of filers earn over $1 million. So if you go to your right, then it talks about what percentage of the taxes those groups pay. So the 10% between 75,000 and 75,000 to 99,999 pay 10.78% of taxes. between 100,000 and 199,000, which is 15% of the taxpayers, but they pay 30.72% of the taxes. So almost 31% of taxes. Then you go down to 200 to 499,000. You got 4.53%. So 4.5% of taxpayers pay they pay over 19% of taxes. Then you go down to between $500,000 and almost $1 million. You've got, sorry, my eyes are not as good as they used to be. 1% of taxpayers who pay 7.45% of the taxes. And there's a typo on here that we just caught. The filers over $1 million, and that's the number at the bottom of that, and we're correcting this. We'll hand it out again.
1 minute.
Senator Dorn, I'm sorry. Million pay 12.06%. So the number right there at the bottom, 32% in the first column total, 32% of the taxpayers pay 80.39% of the taxes. Again, 32% of the filers in Nebraska pay 80.39% of our income taxes. And when you're talking about people 75,000 to 999,000, I don't think that's rich. I will admit, when you get up to $500,000, I would like to make that a year. I'd feel very happy with myself. But those two groups of the rich we're talking about pay almost 20% of the total taxes, even though they're less than 2% of the population.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cowth and Senator Linehan. Senator Jacobson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I want to kind of weigh in on, first of all, I'm going to rise in opposition to AM 1060. I'm trying to think, is that 1066 or 1068? Now my glasses are having trouble focusing. So 1068. Thank you. Thank you. I'm opposed to that motion, an amendment. I would be in support of LB 754. I am a co-sponsor on that bill. I like all the aspects of it. I would tell you that, as Senator Brandt mentioned earlier, I'm also very focused on what we're going to be doing in terms of property tax reductions. That's very important to my constituents and I think really to everyone across the state. But I can tell you that when we start thinking about income taxes, there's one thing better than getting an income tax refund, and that would be not paying your taxes to begin with. Okay, so if we don't take it from them to begin with, that's the best thing to happen. And I can tell you that, just as Senator Linehan had mentioned here before, look at who's paying the taxes. Think about who the job creators are. Think about the people who can locate in any other state. And as the governor laid out in this original plan, everyone around us is getting to 399 or below. In fact, by the time that we get to 399, there will be those around us that will be even lower than that. If we're going to remain competitive and get companies to locate here and remain here that are the job creators, we better have a tax environment that is friendly to them. We better also have a property tax environment that is friendly to our farmers and our ranchers and is fair. So we're early in the process. I like a lot of the aspects of things that have been added into this bill. I'm watching the community college piece very closely, and I'm also going to be watching the property tax piece as it gets brought in. Now's the time when I'm going to start digging in more heavily into these revenue bills, but I can tell you I think we've got a good base to begin with, and I think we need to recognize who's paying the taxes, who's creating the jobs. I think that's a big piece of what we're doing. And so that's why I'm supportive of the bill itself and why I would oppose 1068. And with that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, 2 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jacobson. So I'm going to more information on this later, but just quickly here. I think we have to remember the number of states that have no income taxes. 2 of them border us. South Dakota, which Senator Kay mentioned, because he lives close to South Dakota. Wyoming, which has no income taxes. And I do know Nebraskans who live in Wyoming that used to live in Nebraska. Texas, no income taxes. And Florida, sunny, beautiful Florida. No income taxes. Property taxes are about half. Now, they've got also great weather. And because of that weather, they don't, when you go to Florida, and I'm sure many of you have been there, the roads don't have potholes because they don't freeze and snow. So they've got many blessings. But we can't say we're going to keep our rate at 4.99, which, let's just be honest, that's 5%. Keep our rate at 5% and be competitive with states that don't have any income taxes, and their property taxes are considerably lower. It just won't work. And I'm going to back one more time, and then hopefully I'll be off here for a while because I've got to go out and
1 minute.
talk to some people in the lobby. That top rate has to come down. As Senator Jacobson said, if you want to keep job creators, business owners in the state of Nebraska, they are going to look at your top rate. And that's where their decision point is. Blueprint Nebraska said that. The Nebraska Chamber of Commerce is on board with that. The Omaha Chamber, the Lincoln Chamber, every business group supports that top rate coming down because that's what people look at when they decide where they're going to move or put their businesses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan and Senator Jacobson. Senator John Kavanaugh, you are recognized to speak, and this is your third opportunity.
Are you sure?
I am absolutely sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like it's only my second time talking on this amendment, but I will. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Well, so I handed out the chart that Senator Linehan referenced earlier, 2022 Nebraska tax calculations for individuals. And so what I would kind of first wanted to point out is the statute I was referencing was the original 2014 rate, where the top, we'll go with the top single taxpayer was $27,000. It did go up by statute to $33,000. So in the last, say, 9 years, actually it was 8 years, it went up something like $5,000 with, I guess, the CPI moved up. And we're having a conversation about how to drive, where to target and all these different things. You can talk a lot in different directions, who's wealthy, who's not. If you genuinely want to target tax relief to individuals characterized that you want to characterize as middle class, and you can pick any number you want. You could say $150,000. What you can do is you could take this chart, you can go into the statute, and you can say the top tax rate for a single taxpayer, the top rate begins not at $33,000, but we could adjust it to $100,000. Say anybody over $100,000 pays the top tax rate. And then you could go to the next tax rate and say below $100,000, but above, say, $75,000 pays the next tax rate, and below $75,000, but above $50,000 pays the next tax rate, and then no one below $50,000 pays the lowest tax rate. So you could do that. You could adjust that tax rate and give everybody a tax cut. And the way that would work is it would domino through the tax code, and the people above 100,000 would still get a tax cut because everybody below them, the income that they had in that range would actually be less. And you could do all that without changing the marginal rates. And that would still effectively give tax cuts, which has been proposed by myself, by the other Senator Kavanaugh, I think by Senator DeBoer and others, and we've been told it costs too much. So the question is not whether or not we want to target tax relief to middle-class people. The question is, how do we want to give tax cuts to the wealthiest? And so as Senator Linehan pointed out, there's 9,000 in this chart. This is actually, I don't know if she knows this, this is actually one of my favorite charts. She handed it out last time, and I kept it. And I look at it all the time. So there's 9,387 taxpayers above $1 million. And so under the bill as written, someone saying that they earn just $1 million, their graduated income tax reduction would be $17,272. Under this bill, the person in that same tax bracket now, because we smashed the two tax brackets together, earning, we're saying married filing jointly, earning $20,000 would save $302. So that's $17,272 versus $300. Those people are in the same tax bracket under this proposal. Under my proposal, under AM 1068, that top tax earner making $1 million, married filing jointly, would get a tax reduction of $7,935. They still get a almost $8,000 tax reduction. And the individual earning in that second bracket would get $302 still. So they wouldn't get any more. Those individuals in that middle bracket wouldn't get a bigger tax deduction than they get under Senator Linehan's proposal, but the top people making over $1 million would get a smaller, but still almost $8,000 tax deduction. That's what we're talking about here. The reason that you're conflating this conversation is because we have our tax code structured in such a way that to give middle-class tax cuts, you have to give millionaires tax cuts. And if you didn't want to do that, if you wanted to say, let's be reasonable, let's give middle-class people tax cut, which they're clamoring for. I have people in my neighborhood come up to me on the street and say, why are you giving millionaires tax cuts? Why can't we give middle-class people tax cuts? They don't see this as a tax cut for middle-class people. They see it as a tax cut for millionaires because the vast majority of this goes to millionaires. So if you want to have a real conversation about how to give middle-class tax cuts, let's talk about how to do that. $300 million, I think, is the price tag of this particular section. We could achieve that by adjusting the tax codes. But what we just heard is, thank you, Mr. President. Oh, well, I pushed my light, but I don't have any more times. But what we just heard is people want to reduce the top marginal rate because they want, when somebody Googles the state, for it to be 3.99. And I will tell you, we had this conversation when it had to go below 6% because people Google that and they need it to be below 6%. So again, we're back here again. We're skipping over 4%. My proposal is 4.99. We were told when we were moving below 6%, it had to be just below 6% because when people looked at it, they'd see that it was below 6%, needed to be below 6%. Now we're here saying needs to be below 4% because when people Google it, there are ways to give targeted tax relief to middle-class people that cost the same and actually achieve that without disproportionately favoring extremely wealthy people. So if you want to do that, let's do it. AM 1068 is a modest compromise proposal to get us somewhere in between that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Albright, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to yield some time to Senator Bostar.
Senator Bostar, 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Albright. So I have received a few questions about the school readiness tax credit portion of the full child care tax credit package. That was the last piece in the briefing documents and the one that I didn't have a chance to really get to earlier in the conversation. So I want to just take a minute to talk about that now and really why it's so important. So the school readiness tax credit provides a refundable tax credit to child educators and a non-refundable tax credit to child care providers, the businesses. And why that's essential is if we look at the poverty rate for early child educators in the state of Nebraska, that's 29.2%. 29.2% of the individuals working professionally to care for our children live in poverty. Compare that with Nebraska workers in general, which is approximately 10%, and K through 8 educators, which is 2.6%. So there's an extraordinary disparity in the living conditions that our early child educators are currently experiencing. On top of that, the professional turnover among early child educators in the state of Nebraska last year was 40%. 40% turnover in 1 year for an entire industry. So I believe that is clearly indicative of the fact that our current system is not working. It's not sustainable. We can't keep doing this. And so what the school readiness tax credit will do is it will provide a direct refundable tax credit to early child educators who are participating, who are working for a program that's participating in the Step Up to Quality program. And it does so on a tiered basis based on professional classification level. So starting with tier 1, so there are 5 levels. Starting with level 1, the lowest amount that would be eligible is $2,300. That'd be a $2,300 refundable tax credit for individuals working to educate Nebraska's children. And that steps up at $300 increments all the way up to level 5, where it becomes $3,500. So if you're an early child educator in Nebraska and you've got a 1 in almost 3 chance of living in poverty, $3,000 a year is an extraordinary benefit to help ensure that you're able to put food on your family for your own children. And so I think that this is a critically important provision in the bill. It's a reauthorization. So the school readiness tax credit sunsetted last year. And so this is a reauthorization of that program. And actually, it's a reauthorization with enhanced credit amounts.
1 minute.
Thank you. And so just with the last minute available, the non-refundable portion that goes to child care provider businesses is based on the Step Up to Quality rating. So at step 1, it's $400, and then it increases by $200 with each step up to step 5 at $1,200. And so added together per child, this is what will allow our early child care providers and businesses to remain viable in the state of Nebraska and to help others open, because we have a tremendous number of gaps in our state where you cannot find access to childcare. And even if you can, oftentimes you can't afford it.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Albright and Senator Bostar. Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Really appreciate everybody's thoughtful deliberation this afternoon on such an important issue. And I just wanted to rise to continue some of my general thinking in regards to this massive tax package that is before us. And just really wanted to reaffirm some general concerns about overall sustainability in terms of our present and perhaps uncertain economic future, and drill a little bit deeper on some of the issues surrounding equity as well, and touch just a little bit about some real life experiences that we have to draw upon in terms of how decision-making is impacted or not impacted in regards to our overall tax policy. So the first thing that I just want to clarify for the record, and I know my colleagues appreciate and understand this, but when you look at the statistics, and it's not controversial. It's well established that low-income working people pay a higher percentage of their income in taxes than those do at the top brackets. Now, there's really, really different numbers in terms of the overall revenue and the overall demographics, but that piece is absolutely incontrovertible. It is well established that low-income working folks pay a higher percentage of their income in taxes when you look at the overall tax picture and package. So we need to be really clear about that. We also need to be clear about our policy goals, which recognize and acknowledge that the best anti-poverty tool that we have available, the best family success tool that we have available, the best anti-recidivism tool we have available is a good job. So we want to make sure that our tax policy has a thoughtful approach to rewarding work and lessening reliance on public assistance. So I'm concerned that these packages don't do that through proven tools like the Earned Income Tax Credit or a broader child tax credit, as has been working on the federal level during the pandemic and as has been adopted by our sister states. I will tell you, walking door to door, and I love how we campaign in Nebraska, talking to Democrats, independents, Republicans, and everybody all across the points of the political spectrum. And there was definite dissatisfaction and frustration that with record revenues in recent years, the middle class and low-income working families have been left out. They've been left out in regards to updating, modernizing, and making more robust our work support and safety net programs, and they've been left out of the tax equity discussion. Senator DeBoer and others did really heroic work trying to bring more equity to the tax packages in recent years that were turned away by this legislature. And there was consensus and agreement that we should do more for the middle class and low-income working families. But it just wasn't the right time in the last package. But colleagues, how quickly we forget. And here we are, about a year later with a very similar financial position. And again, low-income working families and the middle class are not seeing the sort of equal, equitable relief in terms of tax relief. And that's something that concerns me.
1 minute.
I think thank you, Mr. President. The acceleration of the Social Security tax relief is something that's important to everybody in all of our districts and is something that will find a great deal of consensus and support across the state and across the political spectrum. So I was very glad to see that introduced and advanced. The last piece I will let you know, because I was very intrigued by Senator Brandt and Senator Linehan's dialogue in regards to our overall approach to corporate tax policy and tax incentives and what happens when we do inevitably hit an economic downturn. And I will tell you, because I've been here through really scary recessions, we don't claw back corporate tax cuts. We don't. For a lot of different reasons, political, practical, what have you. And we don't increase our revenue rates. We make deep, deep cuts to education and human services and other core functions of government. So that passed.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Breezy, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon again, colleagues. I want to rise again in what I would consider conditional support of LB 754, the amended version of it. I want to talk about the early childhood contribution provisions that Senator Bostar has brought to us and has brought to this amendment. He's done a great job in explaining the provisions in there, creating a tax credit for contributions to early childhood programs. And why are those incentives necessary? We talk all the time about growing our state and creating a state or a place where young folks can live, work, and raise their families. And growing our state should always drive policy in this body. And how do we grow our state? How do we stimulate economic activity, population growth, employment? There's several factors. We can talk housing, we can talk schools, we can talk broadband, things of that sort. But I would submit that high quality early childhood programs are critical to workforce development and to the growth of our state. As we try to attract a skilled workforce to our communities, the presence of quality early childhood is crucial. Young parents want to locate where their children have access to early childhood. If your community doesn't have childcare opportunities, families are going to look elsewhere. And businesses looking to locate in our state or expand in our state understand the importance of early childcare, early childhood to their company's success. They realize it'll be easier to attract employees to those communities when childcare is available, and businesses believe that the foundation established in a quality early childcare environment enables a young person to enter the workforce with a wider array of marketable skills. And I would submit that access to early childcare truly is one of the keys to growing our state. And so I certainly support Senator Bostart's efforts in that regard. And again, I support LB 754 with the committee amendment. I oppose AM 1068. And with that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Senator Von Gillerin. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Von Gillerin.
2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. I just have a couple of quick comments to make. Again, I just want to reiterate a couple of things. First of all, just the fact that this package really has something in it for just about every tax demographic. And I think if you study it closely, you'll see that and you'll realize that. So it was not blindly developed with an intent to benefit only the top taxpayers. That's not the point at all. And again, if you run the numbers, I think you'll see that that is the case. Senator Bostar's bill and Senator Blood's bill are very specifically targeted to demographics that don't benefit from that tax cut that's being the Amendment 1068 that Senator Kavanaugh has proposed. So that's first of all. And then second of all, I just want to echo something that Senator Linehan said, and that is that 32% of taxpayers pay 80.39% of the income taxes. So it's hard to say that we're going to do a tax cut and then say we're not going to give the money back to the people or give the deductions back to people who pay the taxes. That's just how it works. Mathematically, doing anything other than that is nothing but a wealth redistribution, and that's not the business that we're in here. Lastly, I just want to recognize, I must be having a rough day today. Twice today I've made a speech and where I've told people that it's not beyond me to make a mistake, but when I do, I own it. And I said earlier that Open Sky had not responded to an information request that I had made to them in a hearing, and they in a friendly way pointed out to me that they had. I went back and dug that out of an email and found that they did indeed reply to it. It wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but it was a response to my request, and I want to make sure I own that and thank them for responding to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Breezy and Senator Von Gillerin. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good late afternoon, colleagues. I rise in very lukewarm support of AM 1068 and hesitation to AM 1063. Here's my hesitation. I, just like everyone else here, want to cut taxes. And I appreciate the opportunity to do that when we have this massive influx of revenue. I'm concerned over the overcorrection and cutting them too severely, too quickly. I would like to see us doing something that's a little bit more stair-stepped so that we can adjust as needed if we level out to a tax bracket that we find is more appropriate. Making such a significant cut so quickly when we are in the middle of a very economically flexible time, considering the influx of federal dollars we have into the state. There are states around us that do not have income tax, but they tax food. If we are going to go down that road, I think then the more appropriate conversation would be around the consumption tax bill of Senator Erdman's. I don't see him at the moment, but I voted for that last year. And Senator Erdman, it cost me a pretty penny of opposition in my reelection campaign, but I did vote for the consumption tax because it is a reallocation of wealth. And it does give a monthly stipend to individuals of a certain income tax bracket when we tax everything and remove all the loopholes. Senator Conrad was talking about tax incentives. In Omaha, we did everything we could to keep ConAgra. We even tore down historic buildings in 1989, or maybe, I can't read my handwriting. It was 89 or 84. I'll have to get back on that. But and then again, we tried to keep them, but they moved to Chicago where the tax rate was higher, but the culture was more welcoming. So it doesn't matter what we do. We're not going to keep these corporations here if we don't have a welcoming culture. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Dungan.
Senator Dungan, 2 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Colleagues, I'm going to continue more of this conversation when I actually have my full time, but we've heard a lot of conversation, and I think this is bouncing off of what Senator Kavanaugh just started talking about creating a better environment wherein people are going to move here. One of the things we heard over and over again in the committee hearing was that if we lower our corporate and income taxes, it will make it a place that people come. And I think that first of all, when I asked questions about this of people in the committee, whether they could show me data or not to prove that point, the answer was no. And there's a lot of anecdotes people have talked about of, oh, well, this corporation told me they might be able to come here if this, this, and that. But when pressed, I'm pretty sure that the answer I got in the committee hearing was that no specific corporation has told anybody, yes, I will move here as a business if you reduce your corporate income tax. Nor do I believe anybody said specifically that they knew any personal person who would move here because of that. And this isn't just hypothesis. The next time I get up on the mic, I'm going to talk more about this, but there have been academic studies done time and time again that have demonstrated the reason for people moving to a state is not because of taxes, generally speaking. I think that the relevant part of a lot of these studies is that 69% of people live in the state that they were born in. So almost 70% of people still live in the state that they were born in. 1.5.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1.5 to 2% of individuals move to a new state each year. So only 1.5 to 2% of people move to a new state. Of that 1.5% of people, or 2% of people, over half of them cite family or job transfer, new jobs. They actually take into account taxes as something somebody can mark on there, and it is under the majority of the 1.5%. I'm going to talk more about that, but I think it's important to note that this idea that people move to or from a state because of their tax structure, while it sounds good, is not supported by the numbers. It's not supported by the institutions that have looked into this. And I think that if we're going to be making arguments of what our entire tax structure should be, we should be doing it based on data and information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh and Senator Duncan. Senator McKinney, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't support none of that that's up there right now, and I'll just leave it there. But this year has been an eye-opener, and I really can't say that I'm surprised. I just blame myself for being optimistic. Now others insinuate they speak for my community like I don't know my community is diverse and includes trans youth and adults. The project that you mentioned would get a chance of getting funding and support from the state, but if 531 dies and we don't get no more money, that won't be an option. Last week, when I was expressing my frustrations on the mic, senators that were leading the filibuster were seen laughing. Staff were in group chat saying I don't represent my community. Yes, I've seen them. All because I chose to speak up for my community. I'm honestly not open to waiting, nor will I bite my tongue about my concerns. And contrary to popular belief, and to make it plain, I am disappointed and upset with both sides. And last year, many people doubled down on a Holocaust bill to pull out an amendment that will require teaching slavery and about genocides of Native Americans because they felt like it was important to take it out because the bill needed to pass. And everybody was okay with it. And I had to walk in here and act like that was normal. That's my issue. Was slavery not important, or genocides of Native Americans not important? Last year, we could have had criminal justice, some changes passed, but didn't nobody really want to do nothing because people stuck to their egos. This year, we probably won't get any criminal justice reform, but a lot of people will vote to build a $300 million plus prison. But I'm supposed to be okay with that too. And we supposed to wait and be okay. Okay, that's cool. Should we be okay with that? Because these zero-sum games from either side have never benefited my community. Because if it did, my community wouldn't be the poorest economically, wouldn't have the poorest educational outcomes, wouldn't have the lowest life expectancy. None of those things would be a thing if this state or this body or these people, and I don't care about your side or your political affiliations, really cared. And that's just being plain. and true. And if all these strategies fail and these bills don't advance, what should I tell my community? Wait, we tried, but yeah, we just gotta wait again and we'll try again next year. And that's why people in my community don't care about the process. That's why they feel hopeless. That's why they don't engage. Because empty promises after empty promise, and we're told to wait and wait and wait, and sit on the side. That is the problem. And the trans bill is horrible. It's completely horrible. I don't think it should pass. I wish it never got introduced. It's horrible. But, like you guys say, all the time, but there's a bill that would end hair, like it would address issues of teachers cutting students' hair in school, kids being able to operate freely in school with braids. My daughter wears braids almost all the time. So if my daughter gets discriminated against again this year, I'm gonna just tell her, hey, Sanaya, your dad tried to introduce a bill to get it passed, but we had to wait again. So I'm sorry you got discriminated against, but Dad'll keep trying. And that is my problem. You keep telling Black people to wait. We're gonna help you. And when it's time to help, the political will isn't there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, announcement, the Natural Resources Committee will hold an executive session under the north balcony at 5:00 p.m. Natural Resources exec session under the north balcony at 5. Additionally, Mr. President, priority motion, Senator Wayne would move to bracket the bill until March 30th, 2023.
Senator Wayne, you are recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have to compare notes before we go back to back, Senator McKinney, because I kind of am on the same lines. And this is for those who watched me drive back to middle of the evening yesterday to vote. Those who I have literally taken shots for over and over. My analysis of where we are this session, and I haven't spoke a whole lot. I have not participated in a whole lot of filibusters because when I jump in, we won't even get to the agenda. There are so many things I can file that start pre-agenda that we won't even get there. And some of you may have seen that happen a couple times where we slowed things down completely, not just slowed it down, we actually stopped everything in this floor for approximately 4 days of full debate. This is not hard to do. But I see on one side, we have people who are ready to lower income taxes for the rich. And on the other side, we have people instead of using our surplus to help out investments in our poor. I see on one side, we have proposals that'll put $1 billion into education, but leave very little for the largest school districts and those who have the highest poverty. I see on another side that we are willing to burn this place down and disenfranchise many others in other communities and maybe stop bills that are here just once in a lifetime, transformational bills. I've seen this year that we decided to put profits over people again. The irony in all of that is I've been on both sides of many of those things. Yet this year, what's interesting to me is I've asked many people for commitments to North Omaha. And I get nothing for the last, well, I take it back. No, I got two things. I got nice racism and excuses. See, first, I want to remind people that was mainly ARPA dollars that went to North Omaha. This state did not invest hardly anything to my community. Out of $1 billion last year, we only invested $85 million to East Omaha. And what I mean by nice racism is we always get told to wait, as Senator McKinney just said. In the education hearing, our exec today, many of us recognize that the issue of funding is around poverty, that OPS is capped at 30%, the same as Lincoln, the same as the rest of the school districts that are equalized. But removing that cap, we're told to, let's wait next year. So we're gonna put $1 billion into education, but the students we know who need the most help, those who are in poverty, we're making no adjustments to. The ironic thing is for 3 years, we've invested in income tax relief and property tax relief. Property tax relief of over $1 billion since I've been here. But not once have I heard the argument that I hear every time this year when I talk about North Omaha. Didn't we already put money in there? Do we have to make another investment? We don't have to. We already put $200 million in last year. We put $1 billion in property tax relief, but not one person has said that when it comes to property tax relief and an income tax relief. But when it comes to this community, we say, yes, we already did that. And the most ironic thing about property tax relief in this whole debate is the state collects zero. We don't collect any property tax. And I challenge anybody to get on the mic and tell me we do as a state. But yet the state is putting out $1 billion and we're gonna put out another $300 to $400 million. But when we asked can we get $100 million this year for North Omaha, the answer is no. Senator Linehan just got up and said there's $3 billion in surplus. Do you know how much has been committed to North Omaha? Zero. One of our most impoverished areas, zero. The money that was in the preliminary budget, that was federal dollars from last year. There was no more money allocated to North Omaha. Out of $3 billion, they pay taxes every year. And they're getting zero on their return right now. But we're okay with that. So maybe I'm gonna be the one-man crew of burn it down for a different reason going forward. And my filibusters are different. We take a lot of votes when I filibuster. We have a lot of amendments. I don't do the bracket and pull and those kind of things all day. We take votes that I'm gonna make everybody vote on. So I have a record of you saying you don't care. At some point, you can't ask me to commit to anything else when you're not willing to commit to my community. $569 million for a canal. I believe water is important, but that water is going to the 3rd district and maybe the 1st district on a good day. The 2nd, we get our water from the Missouri. Where's the balance of what's going to Omaha? Want to talk about tax packages? There's a bill in this package that says if you buy a piece of equipment, first of all, if you buy it and you're in the incentive program, you're not paying sales tax on it anyway because it's an input. But not only that, we're going to speed up the depreciation so you can count it all in 1 year at a tune of $40 million. Do you know what we could do with $40 million when it comes to PTSD with children who are involved in violence? We can change outcomes. That corporation is going to get the same tax write-off that it got from the incentive program. And now we're going to speed up their deductions so they can get more money to free up more capital, making the rich richer. There's no requirement in the bill that they reinvest, that they grow jobs. And this $1 billion for education, that's the second cash reserve. Let's be honest. You have to look no farther than the Water Trust Fund, where we actually put a limit to, you can't just vote it out with 25, you need at least 30. If you're serious about that, have that amendment to say you got to have at least 33. I've sat here and I do this every year and watch how we operate. And every year I got to get up around the same time and say, I'm off of everything. It sucks being the 33rd, especially when your friend goes regular order like he did last night. But the 33rd means if you're not going to deal with me, don't ask me to be the 33rd. And I don't mean just deal with me on one-on-one. I mean, bring people to the table who are also going to support the change that we're trying to make.
1 minute.
The zero-sum game doesn't work. It hasn't worked down here. And people want to invoke Senator Chambers. There was many days Senator Chambers left many bills go through. And what we didn't do, and what I've never done, is went after allies. We may talk on the mic and get back and forth with each other, that's fine. But I'm not gonna file kill motions. And if I did, I'll apologize. Show me where I did, we're good. That's just not how I operate. I don't like the bill. Don't care for the amendment. Yielded time during the filibuster. But I'm not going to sit here and have $2 billion go to rural Nebraska and my community get left behind again. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Senator Wayne, you're on your next opportunity to speak.
It's not unreasonable to say out of $3 billion, you can't figure out $300 million for literally over 200,000 people in East Omaha. We're spending $20 million on towns and villages that have $500 million for water, reverse osmosis. I'm fine with that. I'm just asking for the same respect for our community. So when this body is ready to have a real conversation about moving things forward, I'm here to talk. I'm here to figure out a game plan. But if I can't get the commitments for my community, I'm not committing to you guys. So I know what's going to happen going forward. We're going to figure out how to change the rules. We're going to do more rules change. That's what happens. You can change all the rules you want. You can add all the amendments you want. But if the majority can't figure out how to make sure some of our minority, and I don't mean color, gets wins for their community, yeah, I'm not going to say what I was just going to say. Unlike the judiciary hearing, I don't want kids researching what I was about to say there. We got to stop being selfish. We got to stop being selfish as a body. We got to stop being selfish as individuals. And we got to figure out how to make this work for the entire state. And right now, I don't see that. Decay, I want to support your water project. Holcroft, I'm looking at figure out a way to get you money for your project. I'm asking who's doing the same for us. Because right now it's a one-way street, and I'm getting ready to pull off on the side of the road and let you guys go on your own. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Raybold, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to talk about some of the inequities in LB 754, and I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer about the economy. I know the sky is not falling. However, I'm a very cautious business person, and you know, I want to focus on the corporate income tax cuts. But I also want to focus on the child tax credits, child care tax credits. If we want to do something really transformative and really attract new businesses and retain our families, then it has to be a greater, more substantial child care tax credit. We know from the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce that they list that as number 3 of their pressing items on how to really grow our Nebraska economy. And I just want to point out just a few statistics about corporations. Because of the way Nebraska taxes corporate income, it's called single sales factor apportionment. Corporations doing business in the state only pay taxes on the portion of sales made in the state. So a corporation which owes taxes in Nebraska pays the same amount, whether they're headquartered in the state or not. This challenges the notion that a corporate tax cut will encourage more businesses to relocate to the state. There's a lot of factors that substantiate that. Both the Congressional Budget Office and economist Mark Zandi, co-founder of Moody's Analytics, have found that corporate income tax cuts are not as an effective way of stimulating the economy. And in this bill, if we give out corporate income taxes, what are some of the benchmarks they're striving to achieve? What's going to be the job growth they're committed to? What's the wage growth they're committed to doing? What else are they going to bring to the table to help grow our economy? Congressional Budget Office wrote that increasing the after-tax income of businesses typically does not create much incentive for them to hire more workers in order to produce more, because production depends principally on their ability to sell their products. Zandi with Moody's also found that during the Great Recession, cuts to the corporate income tax rate for the businesses, the largest corporations in the United States of $1.7 trillion, created just 32 cents in economic activity for every dollar spent. However, as an economic multiplier, he found that spending on SNAP, that's Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, food stamps, had an economic multiplier of $1.71, and extensions to unemployment insurance had an economic multiplier of $1.55. This is what companies look for when they make that decision to relocate their business. They focus on, and this is from Site Selection magazine, it says companies are more concerned with skill, availability, transportation, infrastructure, and other factors than with state taxes. You know what? One of the biggest downfalls in our state of Nebraska right now, it says labor scarcity is also an issue in Nebraska and remains one of the economy's biggest challenges in 2023. Nebraska had 64,000 job openings as of October 2022 and was among the highest in the nation in the ratio of jobs available per unemployed person at 2.5. Thank you, Mr. President. That's from the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas and their economic forecasting. Nationally, inflation is expected to slow in Nebraska in 2023, but GDP growth is expected to be less than 1%. That's not a lot of economic growth. And higher unemployment is expected, and we have seen higher unemployment because of the higher interest rates. So we're basing these projections on a $24 billion in federal stimulus received from the government. That's not a really good way of doing forecasting in the future. It's skill availability that corporations look for. If revenue losses created by income tax cuts would, however, hinder investments, we need investments in infrastructure, schools, public safety, and other services businesses care about. It's going to have an impact because that's exactly.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I said this morning in briefing. I don't think I've said it on the floor. And if I had, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it again. We got here in 2017. You've all heard we didn't have any money. So We actually took back some of the increases we'd made the year before. They were painful. We got hate mail over it, but they weren't. I mean, people say cuts, and sometimes maybe they're really cuts, but generally what that is you don't increase as much as you thought you were going to increase. So we did do that. I also know that there was a lot of effort between the governor's office and the appropriations committee to go around and shake all the cushions, as Chairman Stenner said, to find all the change, because there are a lot of cash accounts that build up in the good times, lots of them. So what the reality is, we didn't have to cut. People were made whole, except maybe a few increases. I think university got a little, maybe a 0.5% or % cut from the increase before. They still got more than the money year before, but took a little bit. So that was our first year. So that kind of, it's definitely framed Chairman Stenner's mind. So the next year, things were a little better. So now we're in 2018, and we thought, or looking at 2019, we thought, okay, we can spend some money. We can do some things. But then we had the flooding, and everybody thought, oh, the world's going to end. We can't spend any money. And we didn't cut any taxes. And then the next year, when we're working on the budget, we thought, okay, now we're there. We got some money. We're not broke. Revenues are looking good. But then we had COVID, and we all went home. And then we came back, still during COVID, but things were still locked down. We all said the economy was going to go to the devil, and we didn't spend any money. So yes, did the stimulus money from the COVID funds help? Yes. But that is not the only reason we have a lot of money. We have a lot of money because we didn't spend it. And again, as long as we keep our spending below our revenues, we will be fine. And all of these budgets, whether it's the governor's budget, or I'm sure what the appropriations will bring to the floor, they will have spending below what our revenue projections are. And our revenues have been way above projections for the last 2 years, if not 3 years. But we're not. I think one year they were at 12%, another year they were up 12%, another year it was up 8%, and those might be low. There were significant increases in revenue. But we have not decided now that we're going to use 8% as our new revenue growth. I think the projections are at 3.5%, and frankly, we've changed that every year to be more conservative. When I got here, I was told 7 years ago, oh, we use 3.5% every year, because that's the 30-year average, and that's what we use, and we have to use 3.5%. Then the next year, it was a little less than that because, well, maybe we shouldn't be looking at 30 years. We can argue whether you think LB 754 is the right way, or Senator Kavanaugh is the right way, or Senator DeBoer is going to have maybe something this evening, whether it's the right way to do it. But what is just not believable is to say that somehow we're concerned about whether this is sustainable. I would bet that when we get to the school funding bill,
1 minute,
and we're going to spend $300 million more every year on public school funding, that the same people who seem to be very concerned about the sustainability of the tax cuts aren't going to be at all concerned about $300 million in new spending for public education. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you again, colleagues. Just to very briefly respond to Senator Linehan, and I completely agree that there's a lot of different ways that this can be done and a lot of different ways that this can be achieved, and that's, I think, what Senator John Kavanaugh's bill here is seeking to do. It's seeking to accomplish a tax reduction while still having that desire to be forward-thinking and just be cautious. As somebody who is an advocate for public education, I am concerned about the large amount of spending, not because I don't think it's the right way to handle things, but because, as I started to say early on, an increase in expenditure with a decrease in revenue just has me concerned. And so I do believe we should, as a state, be providing more money to our public schools, but I also want to make sure that that's balanced in such a way that it's sustainable moving forward. But going back to what I was saying previously, again, the studies have shown time and time again, and I think this is important to note, that the tax reduction doesn't necessarily have a direct effect or any kind of causal effect, and in a lot of circumstances, not even a correlative effect between people or companies moving to or from states. As I was saying, 70%-ish, 69% of people still reside in the state they were born in. Only 1.5 or 2% of people move every year, and a majority of those cite reasons other than taxes. And so I think it's just not accurate to say that if we reduce our taxes to stay competitive, or the intent rather is to stay competitive to attract more people here. There are countless other states that have reduced their income tax, and there are other states that actually have no income tax who have consistently reported out migration to states that still have an income tax. A good example of this is Florida. We keep hearing about Florida and their lack of income tax. The state of Florida, which has no income tax, more households have moved from Florida to Georgia, North Carolina, and 9 other states combined in the last, I think it was 10 years or so, than people from those states have moved to Florida. There are more people leaving no income tax Florida to then go to other states that do have an income tax than are coming from those states into Florida. In addition to that, nearly an equivalent amount of people have moved to Arizona, which has income tax, as have moved to Texas between the two states, which doesn't have an income tax. They've essentially swapped population between 1993 and 2011. And so any argument that we're making that this reduced income tax, we need to be at 3.9 or else people aren't going to move here, I don't think the numbers support that. And I would genuinely welcome somebody to get up here and show me studies that do prove that. I think there are some that have shown that there's a slight effect from time to time. But what I've also found in my research and studying is that the folks who do move from one state with a higher income tax to one with a lower income tax tend to be low and moderate income households. So you're seeing an outmigration of folks who don't make a lot of money. And so again, the idea that a reduction in the income tax significantly is going to result in these high income earners coming into the state and sort of helping with their wealth or trickling down of the economy, it's not supported by that number. We talked a lot about the income tax rates, and I just want to make sure, too, that people understand, and I think all of my colleagues know this, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention it, it's that you're taxed on whatever part of your income falls into that bracket. So that's what we're talking about when we say that a lot of this goes to high income earners. It's relative to how much you earn. So a reduction on the top bracket has the largest proportional effect on those who are making large amounts of money, because the reduction goes to a larger percentage of their income. And I just think that's vital that we understand. And a reduction in the lower brackets, thank you, Mr. President, a reduction in the lower brackets does benefit those in the top bracket as well, because part of their income comes from those low brackets, but the people on the lower end of the income don't get the benefit from the top bracket. So I just think that's vital to understand. It's percentage of income that goes towards taxes. It's relative to how much you make. In addition to that, and I'll talk about this the next time on the mic, I think it's valid to have concerns about the future. I understand that we have a lot of money right now, but to say that we are completely fine moving forward, I just don't necessarily believe that at this time, if we adopt all of the things we're talking about here. And that's based on numbers and data. And if we can change, according to John Kavanaugh's bill, that 399 to 499 on the top bracket, it can save the state $350-ish million. And 350.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Merman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in qualified support of 754 with the revenue amendment. I think if everything goes together as a total package, it'd be great for the state of Nebraska, great for taxpayers, great for our citizens. It'll stimulate the economy, keep as much hard-earned money with the taxpayers as the people that work as possible. So I do support it if we get the property tax proportion done with it. But I do want to explain on the Child Care Tax Credit Bill 318. I was present not voting on that portion of the amendment. And the reason I am present not voting, I do realize we need child care infrastructure in the state because of our lack of labor force in the state. We do need that. There's many young families that do need help with their kids that do go to childcare. But my concern is with this bill 318, it does give a credit to poverty level families, and I totally agree with that. If you're at the poverty level, or if you're a single parent, you definitely need the child care, and I do support that. And then also, and I'm okay with this, that it gives credit for families that have their kids in child care up to $150,000. So I think that's pretty generous, actually. But my concern is those families that are between poverty level and that 150,000 that do choose to stay home and take care of their children while they're young. They do not get any tax credit. So I have talked to Senator Bostar, and I know he's researching if that would be possible, what it would cost, and those kinds of things. So I'm very interested in what we can learn there. But those families that do stay home and have the option to stay home and take care of their children while they're very young, they sacrifice so much by being out of the workforce. And I think it's been so beneficial to families and even our society to stay home and take care of your children while they're very young, while they're 0 to age 5. And like I said, I know not everybody has the ability to do that, and this bill does address those that don't have the ability, wherewithal to do that. But I don't want to incentivize childcare ahead of being able to choosing to stay home with your young children. So I didn't vote against it, and I totally support the bill. And I do think there's better ways of addressing our workforce shortage, and it's not so much anything we can do from the state level.
1 minute.
Thank you. If we could control our southern border and properly vet those coming in, and I know the vast majority of those people that are wanting to come to the United States are totally supportive of our way of life and are hardworking. And if we could just allow them to more easily gain citizenship or the ability to work here, that would go a long way to address our workforce shortage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Jacobson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to kind of reiterate a couple of things that have been said here before and maybe just need to bring back again. First of all, we need to remember that when it comes to corporations locating here or moving here, we need to remember that corporations are run by people. It's people that make the decisions for these corporations as to where they're going to locate. And they do, I can assure you, look at the corporate and the individual tax rates when they make those decisions. There's no question about that. I would also tell you that there's one company that gets referred to that moved from Nebraska that moved to Chicago. Okay, where did the new CEO live at the time that he became the new CEO of that company? he lived in Chicago. So he decided he didn't want to move, and that played a big role in where that company ultimately located. Okay, I will assure you that taxes play a huge role in these decisions. So keep that in mind when you start thinking about what we're doing with the greatest job creators. They're looking for people to come here that have a great work ethic. And at least today, Nebraska still has a great reputation for people with a great work ethic. I can tell you the Walmart Food Distribution Center that's located in North Platte is one of the best, and if not the best performing distribution center across this country. And the reason it's such a great performer is because of the work ethic of the employees that they can hire here. I hope we can hold that quality work ethic. I've heard a lot said earlier today about values of the people here in Nebraska. Well, I can tell you values do matter. And I can tell you in rural Nebraska, there are strong values that include work ethic, that include religious values, that include fairness. People do have great values in this state, and that's what holds a lot of companies here and what attracts them here, because of the efficiencies and the productivity that they can get out of workers here in Nebraska. But I will tell you that tax rates do matter. Don't think that they don't. And I can also tell you, if you need to focus on who do we want to attract here and who do we want to hold here, I can think of a number of people that were getting close to the point where they're going to close their business, sell their business, and retire. You can usually, one of the key ways to figure out when a major company is going to retire, going to sell his business if it's personally owned, it's when they establish residency in Florida. 2 years ahead of time, they give you the signal. They establish residency in Florida. 2 years later, boom, company sold. Any inheritance taxes paid in Nebraska? Nope. Because if you think about it, the taxes that they would have paid here in Nebraska bought them a very, very nice home in Florida for free. That's why taxes matter. We can sit here and pretend it doesn't, but I can tell you, as a businessman, it does. I can tell you that my customers look at that. No question about it. We can play with statistics, we can play with numbers. You bring me a situation on something that was reverse of that, dig a little deeper and you'll find out other reasons why that decision was made. But trust me, taxes do matter. And I would yield any time to Senator Linehan if you wanted. Otherwise, I'm prepared to yield my time to the chair. I'm going to yield it back to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. We're on a bracket motion now. Well, that might be true that ConAgra moved because the person wanted to be closer or wanted to be in Chicago, but that is quite the leap to make, to move the entire corporate headquarters and 1,500 jobs and uproot your executives. I know some of the executives that were working for ConAgra at that time, and they had to make a choice about relocating their entire families to maintain their jobs. And they chose not to. Actually, they chose to stay in Nebraska, the individuals that I know. But perhaps Senator Jacobson knows the CEO of ConAgra personally and can attest to that they left because of that reason alone. Not what was widely reported. Childcare. Now, this is a bit of a, I don't even know, conundrum, needs a little unwinding, perhaps. We have a workforce shortage, and we have, even though we have a very low unemployment rate, we have a lot of people that are in the workforce. A couple of years ago, the statistics were something like 78% of families had parents in the workforce, had both two-parent households were in the workforce. And so we've got parents working, but they still can't meet the financial needs of their family. So the child care subsidy, which is very restrictive for only low-income families, is a way to help families stay in the workforce because of a workforce shortage. And to all you working parents out there, or soon to be working parents out there, there is nothing wrong with working. There is nothing wrong with taking your kids to a childcare that you feel strongly and safe about and working and providing for your family. That is a good thing. And if you also get fulfillment and joy from doing that work, all the better. Good for you. If you can't afford to work because of childcare, but you enjoy working and you want to contribute to our economy, and this childcare subsidy helps you do that, well, that's wonderful too. I am a working parent, two-parent household. Both of us work. One of us doesn't really bring in much of an income. My income is not even enough to cover the cost of childcare. And my income coupled with my partner's income makes us just barely ineligible for childcare subsidies. So we have to figure it out, and it is a struggle. But I love what I do. Sometimes I hate what I do, but I love what I do. I love the privilege and the honor and the amazing opportunity to do this job. And I love my children dearly, ferociously. I'm sad to not be putting them to bed at night this week. I was grateful for the snuggles this morning. We had some good snuggle time this morning. And I just really want working parents to know that that is okay. That is a good thing. I am sorry that people in your legislature find it appropriate to place value judgments on your lifestyle, value judgments on you as a parent for prioritizing both your family and your interests and supporting those together. That's not appropriate.
Time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Senators, the legislature will now stand at ease until 6 o'clock. The next three speakers, when we return at 6 in the queue, are Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Vargas, and Senator Raybould. We are standing at ease.